internet is going to give cover to the media. Whether they're complicit or not, I don't really care. We're covering the Epstein files. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. How you all doing? Everybody well? Welcome to the Towel Friends over on Towel YouTube. So good to see you. Sorry for our hour and a half break. We're going to pick up right where we left off. All right, so what does that mean? Well, we got to get this ready. We got to get this ready. We got to get this ready. Oh, we got so many things to get ready. All right, let's pause that. Let's do that. Where am I? Is this me? I'm a towel. That's me. Look, that's me. It's good to see you all. Can you tell I'm in a good mood? I had a coffee. Coffee is good for towel. Look at all my peoples. Yes, these are my peoples, ladies and gentlemen. I look out upon you all. You are my flock. I like views of the city. All right, we got work to do, though. Welcome back. How's everybody doing? Good to see you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We got work to do. Where are we starting? Are we starting with this one? Which one are we starting with? Oh, yes, that very important decision. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? This might be it. No, that's not it. That was the New Jersey Marriage Index. Hello, three clerk Monty. You are a towel. I'm also a towel. We are all towels. What is it? No, that's not the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted. Where is the lawsuit? Is this it? Nope. We're going to get there. Hold on. We're going to get there. There it is. Now, where's the one I was reading? I need the decision I was reading. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. We are going to get to work. We have some research to do. I have some files that I located, but I want to get this complaint first. It's this one, I think. Ready for this? Okay, ready? Hold on a second. All right, we're going to read this. We're starting here. Okay, then I found some other Epstein files about the Rumsy Hall School. It's bad. It's really bad. Three Clerk Monty, of course, was our superhero today, Super Towel. If you missed the end of the last segment, we read a very interesting conversation between, I believe, Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein about MBS, MBZ, the Patrick Byrne, the former CEO of Overstock.com, and then also Roger Stone being hilarious and accusing Jeffrey Epstein of funding Steve Bannon, which was true. Hi, day 48089. Welcome back. Just waiting for people to settle down. We're picking up exactly where we left off. We're going to restart. Three Clerk Monty, thank you for becoming a towel fan. You are a super towel. So we're going to listen to this complaint. Then take a look at what I found. I did some towel research. I did some towel investigations. Okay? I was being a little towel while I was eating dinner. And then I also did some things, and I was a little towel. All right, now what did I find? Where is it? Where is that great file you sent me, Three Clerk Monty? You posted it in the chat. Where is it? I need it again. I think I have it. It is ID number 007362226. Would you mind resending that? I know you have it somewhere. You are a super... I found it! I found it! I'm a towel. I just have things. You don't understand. My life is just computer tabs. There's thousands of them. I just have to know which one is which. They all start with EFTA. You don't understand. I am just buried in tabs. So anyway, we're doing Jeffrey Epstein research. Apparently what people find helpful is if I show you my methodology. So I got an extra large coffee with a shot of espresso. I have to warn you, when I have caffeine after 4 p.m., it becomes a serious problem. I have a hypersensitivity to caffeine. You give me caffeine after 4 p.m., especially espresso, I'm just going to go like the Energizer Bunny. You might be saying, Tal, that seems very useful to have a hypersensitivity to caffeine. How do you do this? Do you ever sleep? No, I don't. I sleep like 6 hours a night if I'm lucky, and then I get up and I'm really excited to start the day. By the way, I'm happy. I want to live. Apparently, I'm supposed to say that on every stream. It's true, but I'm supposed to keep saying it. So I'm happy and I want to live. All right, let's continue. All right, I'll do that. Good call, day 4089. Let me do... I'm going to increase my YouTube community checks, even though I have the moderation log on so I can see everything in real time. I'm going to increase my checks to twice a day. Is Don Lemon comparable to Turtle Boy? I'll answer that for you, Glare. The answer is no. Somebody tell Glare Grant solved your question. The answer is no. Just go in his chat and say the answer is no. Grant would like to let you know the answer is no. I'm hilarious. Hello, I am back. Kim, keep it moving. We're going to have a great night. I got a coffee with an espresso in it. We're going to be here together until I run out of cigars. That's how we're going to measure my streams. Like, I'll buy a certain amount of cigars. Once they're gone, we're done for the day. All right, so let me go down to settings here. Anybody get blocked? I highly doubt anyone got blocked. If they did, I'm going to get mad. All right, go over to community moderation, go to user management. Anybody get blocked? Nobody has been blocked. Good job, everyone. Everyone's behaving. I'm proud of you all. You can all have 2 towels and a cookie. I don't have any cookies. The cookie was a lie. You can still have a towel. Okay, here's how this works. Everybody calm down. Okay, so what this is an email. The ID is EFTA 007362226. It's in the Epstein files. This is going to be the start of our investigations. Hello, Mazza Media. It's great to see you. I would love to have you with us as we do some of our OSINT crowdsource Epstein files research. If you'd like to join us, we're about to look into something called the Rumsy Hall School and break a news story that no one else has found because I found hidden settlements about sexual abuse at the school going back to the 80s, and they were preying on children, boys and girls. I'm very upset. As such, we're going to report this. We're going to tie it to something called the Edge Foundation, which is tied to Larry Page. Who the fuck is Larry Page? Isn't he the dude with Google? Hold on a second. Let me do some towel investigations. I have to understand the story as we're writing it. So this started from a tip, by the way, if you're wondering, folks, who is Larry Page? Oh, dear God. Oh, no. Oh, no, YouTube, don't be mad at me. Oh, no, YouTube. Oh, no, they're going to know. Larry, listen, YouTube, I can't do anything about this. This dude, Larry Page, was involved with this thing called the Edge Billionaires Foundation that had this club 4 miles from this school called the Rumsy Hall School. And the Rumsy Hall School had a helipad, and the helipad was the Edge Foundation Morality Conference, and the helipad was tied to Jeffrey Epstein. So I need the other email. See, here we go. The hotel manager, if you want to come, you need to reserve a room sooner than later. The hotel, they haven't been able to get a helicopter in for several years. The best you can do is Oxford, about 25 minutes away. There is a private heliport 4 miles from the hotel, which is owned by a private school, Rumsy Hall. It's 4 miles from the hotel. Okay, so here's the tie-in. All right, hello, it's great to see you beautifully live, factually. We're starting from here. This is the start point. Now, if you want to see where this tip actually came from, let's show them the original email. It's this. All right, so you want to start at ETFA 001040025. It's going to take you down this absolute intense rabbit hole where you're going to learn about the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. You're going to learn about this robbery of a Rembrandt in 1975 by a guy who then would go on to get a reduced sentence from the feds for stealing the Rembrandt. It was Tommy O'Connor or something. Anyway, you're going to learn that 3 days after Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi's father, was arrested and brought to the U.S., the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist happened because apparently they stole the paintings as leverage to get Khashoggi out of jail. What does this have to do with Epstein? Well, Epstein was very close with the Khashoggi family because they were tied to a faction of the Saudi Arabian leadership called... they were Wahhabist extremists, and they were led by a guy named Mohammed bin Zayed. He was the crown prince designate of Saudi Arabia under King Salman until 2019, when King Salman changed course and went with MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, instead of MBZ. Immediately after taking power, Mohammed bin Salman killed Jamal Khashoggi in the Saudi consulate in Ankara in Turkey, which caused President Erdogan to release an audio recording of Jamal Khashoggi getting chopped up with a bone saw. Epstein went on tilt a little bit, tried to get MBZ back in King Salman's favor. It didn't work. MBS got the throne. MBS brought down Epstein. That's basically the gist of the political constellation and the tie-in to the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Then you got to jump down a little bit. There's all these connections involving this guy Daryl Nitke to the Stewart Gardner Museum and Khashoggi's extradition from Switzerland to the United States to face trial 3 days before the heist related to the theft by the Philippine or Malaysian president of $160 million worth of other paintings. These rich people like to steal paintings. So anyway, you kind of trace through this email, which I dropped in the chat, and you're going to start with Khashoggi. You're going to go through the Adnan Khashoggi ties to Epstein. Then you're going to go through how Robert Maxwell's father died on a yacht that was formerly owned by Khashoggi. The Adnan Khashoggi, the Khashoggi family. This dude wasn't a journalist. He was a fucking Western intelligence operative, the younger guy who got killed by MBS. Then you need to go to another file to really understand this. You're going to want to go to the Epstein and Steve Bannon texts. Where the hell are they? Weren't we looking at them? It was like 21 pages. All right, let me just get you this ID. But you can just go to the Epstein Bannon thing on my Twitter, and you're going to see Epstein and Bannon talking about MBS and MBZ, which ties directly into this source email. So this is how to like read the Epstein files. Look for stuff that the DOJ takes seriously. This email, this tip from February 5th of 2020 was forwarded to the SDNY prosecutors, who then forwarded it to Maine Justice, okay? They took it very seriously. The reason why they took it seriously is you're going to come to find out all of this is true. All of this is true. Like the Clintons tied to Tom Stoughton, tied to Hamilton South. Tom Stoughton's alias is Hamilton South. He was at RFK Jr.'s funeral in New York at St. Patrick's in '99, speaking for the Kennedys. And then you're going to find that what this person is alleging, that what really was happening was the brothels and the children grooming and all the Epstein black budget ops, they were to fund like actual terrorism. They were to fund, it was all like designed to fund these like oil interests, like Khashoggi's family, but they're not really Saudi. They're more like international arms traffickers that are just a branch of a larger conglomerate of families that are kind of like dynastic. And it's like the Persian dynasties, the European dynasties, the Oriental dynasties, the American dynasties. Basically, that's what we're dealing with. So where we started diving in is we already did the bottom part, okay? We started looking into why this mentions Massachusetts. This tip, this very high-level tip that like everything this person says is validated by the emails. Everything, basically. You have to do some external research to really understand the historical constellation of like Saudi Arabian geopolitics, to understand the relationship between Adnan Khashoggi and the theft of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum items. But the point is, everything this person talks about checks out. The yacht Nabia, named after Adnan Khashoggi's youngest daughter. The ties between Daryl Nitke and Khashoggi at college. The ties between these families. It all links up. So what we're working on now is the Rumsey Hall School. Take a look at the Rumsey Hall School in the news. Tell me if you see anything about the Rumsey Hall School being sued. Tell me. It's not there. I'll tell you right now, it's not there. Yep, and I found 3 results for the Rumsey Hall School in the Epstein files. 3 Clerk Monty is going to open them up for all of us. So I'm going to open this one, bring it over here. Right, that was the tip. And then I'm going to open this one. This is probably going to be the second email that we have. Yep. And then this is going to be the third. And then we're going to do the lawsuit. Now, if you are wondering, Grant, are you about to break news live? Yeah, I'm going to teach you how to do it. Oh, yes. Here it is. Here it is. So from Leslie Joff to John Brockman. Okay, now we already know from this one that Larry Page it wants to come in. So this is going to the top of the top. John Brockman's this guy associated with this event here. It's called the, what is it called? The Edge Foundation Morality Conference. Get that word morality out of there, folks. So anyway, you can see they're trying to talk about like organizing a helipad, and they say there's a helipad 4 miles from the Mayflower Inn. It's part of the Ramsey Hall, a prep school, and it's private. The hotel said they had not been able to use it, but you can try. Here's the info below. Otherwise, the Oxford airport is 22 miles away. You want to see this heliport? I guess we can look at it. I don't really want to. It's going to be a little creepy, I'm sure. Permanently closed! Okay, but can I look at it, bruh? Can I see it on the satellite? Ready to do some OSINT with towel? OSIN towel. All right, here we go. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm afraid. What is this even going to be? Oh, dear God. All right, come on now. Okay. Oh, my God. Excuse me? Downscaled surgery? Wait. It must just be loading. Give it a second. Excuse me? Are you kidding me? What did you do to the train? They had a fucking airport at the school? What do you need? Why did these people need an airport? Why did a private K through 12 school need a fucking airport? Oh, no. Oh. I worry about myself some days too. No, it's for trafficking. They would fly the girls, and boy, you people disgust me. Not you in the chat. These people. Oh my God. Oh my God. This can't be happening. Why? Why everything that I look into? They owned everything. These people own everything, everywhere. All right, so there's the heliport that they're talking about, the fucking Edge Morality Conference. Now let's see how far it was from our little heliport to the Edge Morality Conference. So nice of them to just leave all these fucking addresses. All right, let's do that. How far do we have to go? Give me the route, please. I know the port is closed. I just want the route. 1 second. Oh, okay. It's just taking a second. There you go. There you go. I'm disturbed. Bro, is this? Who sent their kids here? Why did you do that? Did it not strike you with odd that you are... Oh my God, they must have known what they were doing. Why would you bring your kids to this? Bro, it is in the middle of nowhere. It's like an... Oh no. It's like those English country estates. Bro, that is not like some like idyllic country pasture. That is so no one can hear them scream. Oh no, what did you people do? Why would you ever take your kids here? Oh, come on. Bro, that doesn't strike you as a little weird? The back road in? Oh, these parents, man. They either were complicit or fucking oblivious. Are you parents actually dumb? Their parents did this. Some of them may have thought they were just getting their kids an education, but are you all dumb? Look. Did you not do any research? Did you not think maybe I should look at where I'm sending them? Did you not do a tour? Did you not think it was a little weird that you were just sending your kids into the middle of the Connecticut countryside around nothing with an airport? My God, these people. I'm pissed. All right, so anyway, that's how this started. Yeah, straight off the grid, bro. Like, so far off the grid you could do anything you want to those kids. I'm disgusted. I'm so hardened by this, like these files, I forget how disgusted I am at these people. All right, so those are the source files, okay? It's not just they didn't want to deal with their kids. I think, have you ever watched Eyes Wide Shut? The theme of that film that they don't talk about is that they sell their kids into the cult at the end. Those two men that walk away with the daughter in the Christmas store? Yeah. All right, let's do our research. So, this is the source files. This is where we started, okay? We went from this tip, okay, to the Epstein files about this weird school, and then I went over to Three Clerk Monty's tip about potential cases. I didn't find the case Three Clerk Monty sent. I found another case. We're going to listen to this now, the whole thing, and then I'm going to write it up. So... Content warning, this is for, it literally is the definition of news reporting purposes. We're doing this. We're doing this for those kids. We're doing this for justice. We're doing it. I'm not going to hear any objections. I'm giving you a content warning. If you think this is going to be too intense, I understand. I'm not going to make you sit here and listen to it. I'm giving you a content warning. I'm giving you fair notice. But do it for the kids. They didn't get a choice, bro. They did not get a choice. They had to sit there and be tormented for decades. The least we can do is try to learn about this and help them. No one, who's leading right now? Who's stepping up to lead? Right? We're going to do it. Here we go.
This doctrine.
Please start at the beginning. Thank you.
United States District Court, District of Connecticut. Tim Davis, plaintiff, version The Rumsey Hall School, Inc., defendant. 320 CVO 1822, SVN, July 10, 2023. Closing parenthesis dot. Ruling and order on plaintiff motion to compel. Sarala v. Nigala, United States District Judge. In this action, plaintiff Tim Davis, who was a boarding student at defendant the Rumsey Hall School from 1988 to 1992, claims he was sexually assaulted by the then Dean of Students for Rumsey Hall, Robert McGrew. He alleges sources of action for negligence, recklessness, and negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Rumsey Hall for failing to protect him from his alleged abuser. Presently before the court is plaintiff's motion to compel defendant to respond to certain interrogatories, requests for documents, and deposition questions. For the reasons discussed herein, plaintiff motion is granted in part. I. Factual background. A. Allegations of the complaint. Rumsey Hall is a private boarding and day school for boys and girls. Compl. ECF number 1. Paragraph Mark 7. Plaintiff attended the school when he was between 11 and 15 years old. Id. Paragraph Mark 8. Plaintiff alleges that during the time he was a student at the school, Rumsey Hall employed Robert McGrew as the Dean of Students and provided McGrew an office and apartment on the campus of the school. Id. Paragraph Mark 10. Plaintiff further contends that, during the time he was a student at the school, Rumsey Hall knew or should have known that McGrew either had sexually abused, or posed a significant risk of sexually abusing, students at the school. Id. Paragraph Mark 16. Despite that Rumsey Hall knew or should have known about the risk McGrew posed to students, plaintiff contends that the school took no action to terminate or otherwise alter McGrew's employment. Id. Paragraph Mark 16. Plaintiff alleges that, ultimately, this failure to act resulted in plaintiff being sexually abused by McGrew during his time at Rumsey Hall. Id. Paragraph Mark 20. B. The discovery dispute. On July 19, 2022, plaintiff served his first set of interrogatories, and first set of requests for production, and together with the interrogatories, discovery requests. ECF number 75 at 4. The discovery requests contained 23 interrogatories and 33 requests for production. Id. On August 31, 2022, defendant objected to 17 of the interrogatories and 21 of the requests for production. Id. These objections list various grounds for withholding the requested information, including that the requests were vague, ambiguous, overly broad, unduly burdensome, prohibited from disclosure by confidentiality agreements, and other reasons. Id. At 5.8, defendant also withheld numerous documents, claiming they were privileged. 1 Id. In addition to the documents withheld by defendant on the basis of privilege, there are certain documents that have been withheld by the law firm of Shipman and Goodwin, LLP, Shipman, on the basis of privilege. Id. At 8-9, these documents stem from an internal investigation conducted by Shipman for Rumsey Hall related to the allegations in this case. One defendant filed a motion for summary judgment in October of 2022. Plaintiff's deadline to respond to that motion has been suspended pending resolution of the instant discovery dispute, as plaintiff believes documents the defendant is withholding are relevant to its anticipated opposition to defendant's summary judgment motion. 2. Legal standard. Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 26, B.1, provides. Parties may obtain discovery regarding any non-privileged matter that is relevant to any party's claim or defense and proportional to the needs of the case, considering the importance of the issues at stake in the action, the amount in controversy, the party's relative access to relevant information, the party's resources, the importance of the discovery in resolving the issues, and whether the burden or expense of the proposed discovery outweighs its likely benefit. Information within this scope of discovery need not be admissible in evidence to be discoverable. This, obviously broad, rule is liberally construed, encompassing any matter that bears on, or that reasonably could lead to other matter that could bear on, any issue that is or may be in the case. Davil Steel Prods, Div. Of Franco Steel Corp. versus M. v. Fakhreddin, 951 F2D 1357, 1367, 2D CIR. 1991, quoting Oppenheimer Fund, Inc. versus Sanders, 437 U.S. 340, 351, 1978. Despite this liberal construction, the burden of demonstrating relevance remains on the party seeking discovery. Bagley versus Yale Univ. 315 FRD 131, 144, Decon. 2016, see also Fireman's Fund Insurance Company versus Great American Insurance Company of New York, 284 FRD 132, 135, SDNY. 2012. Once the moving party has made a showing of relevance, the burden then shifts to T, a party resisting discovery. 2. Show why discovery should be denied. Hobson versus Kemper Indep. INS. Company, No 320 CV 00812, JCH, 2021 WL 3,486,867, at asterisk 2, Decon. August 9, 2021. 3. Defendant's objections. Defendant argues that 4 primary grounds justify its withholding of documents and refusal to answer various interrogatories. 1. That certain documents are protected from disclosure by attorney-client or work product privilege. 2. That disclosing certain documents would impermissibly disclose the identity of victims of sexual assault. 3. That certain information is prohibited from disclosure pursuant to confidentiality agreements. And 4. And that plaintiffs' requests fall outside the scope of Rumsey Hall's discovery obligations. For the reasons discussed below, with the exception of 2 documents, the court rejects each of these arguments. A. Attorney-client and work product privilege. Defendant's first argument is that various documents are protected by either the attorney-client or work product privileges. The attorney-client privilege protects confidential communications between client and counsel made for the purpose of obtaining or providing legal advice. In Re County. Averi, 473 F3D 413, 418, 2D CIR. 2007. A party invoking the attorney-client privilege must show 1. A communication between client and counsel that 2. Was intended to be and was in fact kept confidential, and 3. Was made for the purpose of obtaining or providing legal advice. Id. At 419. Separately, the attorney work product doctrine shields from disclosure documents and tangible things that are prepared in anticipation of litigation or for trial by or for another party or its representative. Fed. R. CIV. P26, B. 3. At its core, the work product doctrine shelters the mental processes of the attorney, providing a privileged area within which he can analyze and prepare his client's case. United States v. Nobles, 422 U.S. 225, 238, 1975. This doctrine is slightly broader than the attorney-client privilege and requires a party to demonstrate 3 elements. The material must, 1. Be a document or a tangible thing, 2. That was prepared in anticipation of litigation, and 3. Was prepared by or for a party, or by his representative. Imperati. Versus Semple, No 318 CVO 1847, RNC, TOF, 2020 WL 6,441,007, at asterisk 12, Decon. November 3, 2020. While the attorney work product doctrine ordinarily prohibits discovery of items that are prepared in anticipation of litigation by or for a party or its representative, the court may order production of the materials when a party shows substantial need for the material and that the party cannot, without undue hardship, obtain their substantial equivalent by other means. Fed. R. CIV. P. 26, B. 3, A. Even where a court requires production, however, it must not order disclosure of the mental impressions, conclusions, opinions, or legal theories of a party's attorney. Fed. R. CIV. P26, B. 3, B. Regardless of whether the attorney-client privilege or work product doctrine is at play, it is well established that the party invoking a privilege bears the burden of establishing its applicability to the case at hand. In Re Grand Jury subpoenas dated March 19, 2002 and August 2, 2002, 318 F3D 379, 384, 2D CIR. 2003. In that vein, defendant provided the court in camera with a binder of documents it was withholding from production. The accompanying privilege log lists 52 items. At oral argument, defendant's counsel clarified that documents 1 through 7 are Rumsey Hall's own records. The remainder of the withheld documents, documents 8 through 52, 2 were items Rumsey Hall's counsel received from shipmen, of which Rumsey Hall is now claiming privilege. The privilege log provides that the following records are being withheld on grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product, Rumsey Hall, R.H. Document NOS. 4, 7, 18, 24, 35, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42. In addition, defendant claims attorney work product protection, but not attorney-client privilege, over R.H. document number 21. Despite the defendant bears the burden of establishing that either the attorney-client privilege or attorney work product protections apply, and that each doctrine has different requirements, defendant's briefing makes no attempt to distinguish or articulate how the doctrines apply to each specific document. As it is defendant's burden to demonstrate how the privileges apply to each document, the court believes it would not be inappropriate to grant plaintiff's motion as to all documents withheld on the grounds of attorney-client or attorney work product privilege. 2. Defendant's memorandum of law in opposition to plaintiff's motion, as well as the privilege log submitted therewith address only 50 withheld documents in the binder provided to the court, and the privilege log submitted with that binder. However, defendant has identified 52 documents. The court thus addresses all 52 documents in this ruling, based on defendant's failure to even attempt to specify how the privileges at issue apply to the individual documents. Nevertheless, the court recognizes defendant's interest in not being forced to disclose privileged information is substantial and thus briefly addresses each document below and whether, even despite defendant's failures, defendant has supplied the court sufficient information to prevent the document from being disclosed. First, RH document NOS 4, 35, 37, and 403 are what appear to be different drafts of the same document titled Memorandum for the Files. This is an unsigned document that appears to have been created by former Rumsey Hall headmaster Thomas Farman. There is no indication from the document that it was drafted with the assistance, or at the direction of, an attorney. Moreover, these memoranda are dated either May or June of 19. They consulted legal counsel in connection with sexual abuse claims brought against the school by 2 other students. ECF number 76 at 9, as there is no indication or argument that an attorney was involved in the creation of this memorandum. It is not covered by either privilege in any of its iterations and is not protected by attorney-client or work product privilege. RH document number 7 is labeled Timeline of Events concerning McGrew and 2 other students. Rumsey Hall states that this document was created in connection with a claim by a former student that settled in 2016, and its privilege log notes that the timeline was made at the direction of counsel. It therefore appears this document is protected from disclosure based on the attorney work product doctrine, because it was prepared in anticipation of litigation at the direction of counsel. Thus, RH document number 7 is privileged and need not be produced. 3. In addition to containing the memorandum, RH document number 40 contains a fax cover sheet dated May 2, 2000, from Thomas Farman, Rumsey Hall's former headmaster, Dallin Finkelson, the then chairman of Rumsey Hall's board, who was an attorney at Cravath, Swain and Moore during the relevant time. Defendant has not argued that Finkelson was acting in the capacity of attorney for Rumsey Hall when the memo was sent to him, and so the court assumes he was not. RH document number 18 is a mediation statement prepared in anticipation of mediation in a case involving another student who had accused McGrew of misconduct. This document was created for, and in fact addressed to, attorney Richard Kenny, who was presumably the party's chosen mediator in that matter. Given that this document was disclosed to a third party, it does not satisfy the second prong of the attorney-client privilege. Additionally, since this document appears to have been disclosed to a third party to be used in a mediation, such disclosure substantially increase d. the opportunity for potential adversaries to obtain the information, thus waiving work product privilege. Ordered versus Fraser, No. 316 CV 940, MPS, DFM, 2019 WL 285400, at *2, Decon. January 22, 2019. Therefore, RH document number 18 is not protected by attorney-client or work product privilege. Point 4. RH document number 21 is titled Statement of Thomas W. Farman. This, too, appears to be a document created by Mr. Farman, this time in late November 2000. This document contains a very brief statement that Mr. Farman spoke to an attorney. It does not disclose what was said, or what he was instructed to do by that attorney. Moreover, there is no indication that this document was created by or for an attorney, nor does it indicate that it was sent to an attorney. While the document bears what appears to be a fax header indicating that it came from CRAVATH Swain and Moore, there are any number of ways this document could have come into the possession of a law firm that would not implicate privilege, particularly since the chair of Rumsey Hall's Board of Trustees at the time was an attorney at Cravath. Based on the information before the court, however, there is simply no way for it to know where this document. 4. The court notes that had defendant claimed this document was protected from disclosure under the mediation privilege, its odds of success would have increased substantially. See Bradley v. Fontaine Trailer Co., Inc., No. 306 CV 62, WWE, 2007 WL 2028115, at *4, Decon. July 10, 2007. Nevertheless, one category of information that is generally exempt or protected from the liberal rules of discovery is information regarding mediation. Having failed to raise this ground for withholding RH document number 18, however, it is waived.
Do you understand how mad Judge is at this school? Oh my God. This judge is railing them. Folks, Judge compelled them to turn over material because they turned it over to a mediator, and they didn't assert mediation privilege. Everything with a mediator is protected. This lawyer waived because he forgot to argue the mediation privilege, and Judge railed him. This judge is pissed. Oh my God, all the judges know about this school and they're mad. This judge is so angry at this school. Folks, It's a bedrock principle of the profession of mediation that everything as part of a mediation cannot be used. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. This lawyer for Rumsy Hall waived the mediation privilege by not arguing, and judge held it against him. Therefore, it's foreclosed on appeal. Oh, my God. How can you do that? It's a bedrock principle. Bro, this judge is pissed. Judge didn't even read it into their argument. Like, a judge who's being kind would just say, well, counsel forgot to raise it, but it's the mediation privilege, so obviously it can't be turned over. No, judge sanctioned the lawyer, basically, for not asserting the mediation privilege. Judge is so mad at them that judge allowed material given to a mediator to come in discovery because the lawyer for the Rumsy Hall School didn't assert the mediation privilege. Bro, you got to really piss a judge off for a judge to do that. Oh, this is brutal. How is this not in the news? The Connecticut News really dropped the ball on this, guys.
Having failed to raise this ground for withholding RH document number 18, however, it is waived. See Ruran vs. Bethel Temple of W. Hartford, Inc., 226 FRD 165, 169, Decon. 2005, where a party fails to perfect a claim of privilege, that privilege is deemed waived. Came from or how it came into the possession of the law firm. As it is defendant's burden to demonstrate that a privilege applies and it has failed to do so, the document is not protected by attorney-client or work product privilege. RH document number 24 is another mediation statement, this one apparently created by a former student in an unrelated case. As it does not appear to have been created by Rumsy Hall or an attorney working on its behalf, this document cannot be protected by attorney-client or work product privilege as a whole. The court notes there are some handwritten notations on this document, but as defendant has failed to provide any information as to who made these notes, the court cannot find they are privileged. And the document is not protected by attorney-client or work product privilege. RH document number 38, which consists of handwritten notes, is an exceedingly close call. There is no indication in defendant's briefing as to who wrote these notes, why, or when they were written. Based on the content of the notes, it is possible that they were written by or for an attorney, and it is possible they were not. Moreover, the notation on Rumsy Hall's privilege log concerning this document states only that they are notes of Thomas Farman's consultation with counsel following receipt of claim by alumni re. Conduct of Robert McGrew. From this description it is unclear to the court who made these notes and what the purpose of the notes were, and thus why either privilege applies to them. While the court could, and perhaps should, order this document produced without allowing defendant an opportunity to supplement its arguments as to why a privilege attaches to this document, if defendant wishes to continue its assertion of privilege over this document. It will allow defendant an opportunity to submit more information regarding who wrote these notes, when, and why, no later than July 12, 2023. If the court does not receive this information by that date, this document will be deemed not protected by attorney-client or work product privilege. RH document number 41 is also a document of handwritten notes. Once again, defendant's briefing says nothing about what this document is or why it is protected by either of the potentially applicable privileges. Defendant's privilege log, however, indicates that the document contains notes of Thomas Farman related to drafting of the 6th of August 1994 memorandum for the files. For the reasons discussed above regarding the memorandum itself, defendant has supplied the court with no reason to believe an attorney was involved in the process of drafting the memorandum. Thus, defendant has failed to carry its burden of demonstrating this document is privileged. Finally, defendant seeks to withhold RH document number 42, the entire file of Rumsy Hall's prior counsel regarding claims made by alumni about McGrew's conduct. Initially, that defendant decided to group the entire file of predecessor counsel into a single document makes this document all but unusable to the court and entirely unusable to plaintiff in making his objections. Further, it is contrary to the rule that each item that is withheld must be specifically identified and described in a privilege log. Mid-Continent Cass. Company vs. Eland Energy, Inc., number 3-7MC78, CFD, 2007 WL 948154, at *1, Decon. March 26, 2007. While the court has reviewed the entirety of this document, and believes that much of it is duplicative of documents otherwise contained on the privilege log, the court should not have to bear the burden of parsing this entire legal file to determine where one document ends and another begins, and whether any of the documents are in fact privileged. Defendant has had more than enough time to separate this file into individual documents and complete the work necessary to demonstrate to the court that these documents are privileged. It has elected not to do this. Therefore, defendant has not sustained its burden of establishing that either attorney-client or work product privilege applies to RH document number 42. In sum, as to each of the documents defendant contends are protected by either attorney-client or attorney-work product privilege, with the exception of RH document NOS. 7 and 38. Defendant has not sustained its burden of establishing that the documents should be withheld on grounds of attorney-client or attorney-work product privilege. Because the records are not protected on the other grounds asserted by defendant either, as explained below, defendant shall disclose them to plaintiff no later than 7 days after entry of the protective order described below. B. Production would disclose the identity of sexual assault victim. Defendant next argues that interrogatory NOS 10, 11, 12, and 13, and requests for production NOS 1, 2, and 5, call for production of documents that, if disclosed to plaintiff, would reveal the identity of victims of sexual assault, in contravention of Connecticut's public policy of protecting the identities of victims of sexual assault. On the basis of this objection, they have withheld RH document NOS 1 to 10, 17 to 35, 37, and 39 to 52 from their objection privilege log. The court is unpersuaded that defendant's contentions justify withholding these documents from plaintiff. Initially, defendant has cited no cases in support of its argument that arise in the discovery context. 2 cases cited by defendant examine whether to allow a claimant to proceed in a fictitious name, see Doe v. Johnson, No. CV 030483186, 2003 WL 22,962,232, at *1, con. Super. Court, December 2, 2003, and Vargas v. Doe, 400, 900A2D 525, 527, con. App. 2006. Another relates to a Freedom of Information request, see Groton Police Dept v. Freedom of Info. Common, 931A2D 989, 994, con. App. 2007, and the last discusses whether a court incorrectly permitted the complaining witness in a criminal trial to testify anonymously, see State v. Bennett Gibson, 851A.2D 1214, 1229, con. App. 2004. Thus, even assuming defendant is correct that Connecticut has a strong public policy against disclosure of this information, defendant has failed to point to a single instance, in state or federal court, where a party was excused from a discovery obligation because of this policy. The 2 state statutes defendant references also do not support its request to withhold these documents. The first, Connecticut General Statute Section 54 to 86E states, the name and address of the victim of a sexual assault under various criminal statutes, and such other identifying information pertaining to such victim as determined by the court, shall be confidential and shall be disclosed only upon order of the Superior Court, except that, 1. Such information shall be available to the accused in the same manner and time as such information is available to persons accused of other criminal offences. And, 2. If a protective order is issued in a prosecution under any of said sections, the name and address of the victim, in addition to the information contained in and concerning the issuance of such order, shall be entered in the Registry of Protective Orders pursuant to Section 51 to 5C. The court first notes that Section 54 to 86E is contained within the Criminal Procedure section of the Connecticut General Statutes, making its applicability to the instant case limited at best. Defendant has cited no case in which this statute has been used to prevent disclosure of the names of victims in an unrelated civil case. Moreover, as discussed below, the parties in this action will be entering a strict protective order before any documents are disclosed. Thus, the potential for the name of a victim of sexual assault to be made public, at least before trial, is exceedingly small. Section 54 to 86E is therefore not a basis for allowing defendant to withhold documents that name victims of sexual assault. Defendant also cites Connecticut General Statute Section 17A101K, A, which states, the Commissioner of Children and Families shall maintain a registry of the Commissioner's findings of abuse or neglect of children pursuant to Section 17A101 grams that conforms to the requirements of this section. The regulations adopted pursuant to subsection I of this section shall provide for the use of the registry on a 24-hour daily basis to prevent or discover abuse of children and the establishment of a hearing process for any appeal by person of the Commissioner's determination that such person is responsible for the abuse or neglect of a child pursuant to subsection B of Section 17A101G. The information contained in the registry and any other information relative to child abuse, wherever located, shall be confidential, subject to such statutes and regulations governing their use and access as shall conform to the requirements of federal law or regulations. Any violation of this section or the regulations adopted by the Commissioner under this section shall be punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or imprisonment for not more than 1 year. Defendant selectively cites this statute, bringing the court's attention only to the language stating that any other information relative to child abuse, wherever located, shall be confidential, subject to such statutes and regulations governing their use and access as shall conform to the requirements of federal law or regulations, ECF number 76 at 11. When read as a whole, however, it is clear that Section 17A101K, A, does not prohibit disclosure of the documents at issue here. First, the statute does not relate to any information related to child abuse writ large. It is located within the Social and Human Services section of the Connecticut statutes and pertains to the responsibilities of the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families and information that she, or her department, has. Further still, defendant has pointed to no case law interpreting this provision to in any way curtail or restrain the discovery obligations of any party to a federal lawsuit. Allowing defendant to withhold documents from plaintiff on the basis of this statute, then, would be inappropriate. Therefore, the objection to responding to interrogatory Nos. 10, 11, 12, and 13, and requests for production Nos. 1, 2, and 5, on the basis that it would require disclosure of the identity of sexual assault victims is overruled. Defendant shall produce RH document Nos. 1 to 10, 17 to 35, 37, 39 to 52, and supplement its responses to the interrogatories no later than 7 days after entry of the protective order described below. C. Disclosure is barred by confidentiality restrictions. Defendant next argues that it is prohibited from disclosing certain documents based on confidentiality provisions in prior settlement agreements with other students who made claims against the school. Defendant asserts this objection with respect to interrogatory Nos. 5 to 13, 17, and 23, and request for production Nos. 1, 2, 5, 14, 17, and 18 to 23 and have withheld RH document Nos. 1 to 10, 17 to 35, 37, and 39 to 52 from their objection, privilege log on this basis. Upon review of the relevant provisions of the confidentiality agreements, it is clear that the confidentiality provisions of these settlement agreements bind those other individuals, but do not bind defendant. They are one-sided provisions, preventing the previous claimants from disclosing information related to the settlement agreements. Defendant does not seriously contest this. Instead, its opposition to the motion to compel argues that it is implicit, in the terms of the agreements, that defendant itself would abide by the confidentiality provisions of the settlement agreements. ECF number 76 at 14. The court sees nothing in the language of these provisions that would require defendant not to disclose the information contained in the settlements. Moreover, both agreements have provisions that allow the contracting party to produce the documents either as may be required by law or, if required by court order. Id. at 12 to 13. Thus, even were defendant bound by these agreements, which the court does not believe it is, this order requiring disclosure would allow defendant to produce the required documents without violating these provisions. Thus, defendant's objection to producing RH document Nos. 1 to 10, 17 to 35, 37, 39 to 52, on the basis that it would violate the confidentiality provisions of other prior settlements is overruled and defendant shall produce the documents no later than 7 days after entry of the protective order described below. D. Discovery requests that exceed the scope of discovery. Defendant's final objection differs slightly with respect to requests for production of documents and interrogatories. Thus, the court will address each of the discovery mechanisms separately. 1. Document requests. Defendant first objects that certain documents they have identified should not be produced because the discovery requests are vague, ambiguous, overly broad, not reasonably specific, narrow, or limited in scope. Given that defendant has already identified the documents in question, it is unclear how any of these specific objections are properly asserted. Instead, at oral argument defendant clarified that where this objection is asserted, it is actually an objection that the subject matter of the documents exceeds the permissible scope of discovery. With this clarification in mind, the court will examine whether the documents at issue are relevant to this dispute and thus discoverable. In order to be relevant for Civil Rule 26 discovery purposes, information and evidentiary material must be relevant as defined in Rule of Evidence 401. S.C. Johnson and Son, Inc. v. Henkel Corp. No. 319 CV 00805, AVC, 2020 WL 5,600, at asterisk 6, Decon. September 22, 2020. Federal. Rule of Evidence 401 provides that information is relevant if it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and b. the fact is of consequence in determining the action. For purposes of its objection, defendant has grouped the withheld documents into 7 categories. The court will examine whether each of these categories, and thus the documents within them, are relevant to the instant dispute. First, defendant argues that an unsigned proffer agreement for another alumni who made similar allegations against McGrew is not relevant to this action. The present case deals with allegations of sexual assault by McGrew of a student at Rumsy Hall. To say that any document dealing with McGrew's alleged sexual assault of a student, even if it involves someone other than plaintiff, is somehow not relevant defies logic. The second category of documents withheld by defendant are correspondence between defendant, its insurance broker, and insurance company. Defendant appears to assert that because these documents relate to allegations by different alumni, and not the plaintiff here, they are not relevant. The court disagrees. Once again, this case relates to alleged sexual assaults against plaintiff and whether defendant knew or had reason to know that McGrew posed a risk to plaintiff. It thus appears to the court that any documents discussing any alleged sexual abuse by McGrew are certainly relevant. Of course, whether such documents are ultimately admissible at summary judgment or trial is a question for another day. Next, defendant argues that correspondence between McGrew's attorney and attorney Ruckert of Shipman in relation to a community letter sent out in 2019, and whether McGrew was allowed to be present on defendant's campus, are not relevant. These emails concern McGrew and the school's response to the allegations of abuse levied against him, and are therefore relevant. Defendant also contends that summaries of medical treatment received by other alumni who made allegations of abuse by McGrew are not relevant to this action. These summaries contain information that purportedly supports the accuser's allegations of sexual abuse. Once again, the idea that McGrew may have sexually assaulted others, not just plaintiff, is relevant to this action. Thus, the medical summaries are relevant. Defendant next argues that minutes from a board meeting held in May 1994 are not relevant. Yet the parties agree that what defendant knew regarding McGrew's activities, and when they knew it, is not only relevant but perhaps the key issue in this case. Whether McGrew was discussed during this board meeting is certain to make facts regarding defendant's knowledge more or less probable. This document is therefore relevant. The next document withheld by defendant is the entire legal file of school's former counsel regarding claims made by alumni regarding conduct of Robert McGrew. The court has addressed above the argument related to privilege concerning this legal file. This collection of documents, which relates squarely to matters at issue in the present litigation, is clearly relevant. Defendant further argues that communication between its former legal counsel and attorney Ruckert, its current counsel, regarding the legal file created by former counsel is not relevant. While this is perhaps the closest call of all defendant's relevant objections, the court remains unpersuaded. These emails disclose dates when former counsel was retained, which in turn could make it more or less likely the defendant knew about McGrew's alleged conduct during certain times. They are thus relevant. Finally, defendant argues that a draft application for discovery sent to defendant by a separate alumni's legal counsel is irrelevant. Again, this document contains details regarding the claims of other former students who accused McGrew of sexual improprieties. Whether a finder of fact will ultimately find an unsworn, unfiled, draft request for discovery to be a persuasive piece of evidence is not what the court, or the parties, are tasked with determining at this stage. Rather, whether this document makes a fact of consequence more or less probable is the relevant question. It is clear that this document may, and it is thus relevant. In short, the court finds that none of defendant's relevant objections asserted as to RH document NOS. 3, 7 to 17, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25, 27, 29 to 30, 32 to 34, 36, 38, and 40 to 51 have merit. Thus, these documents must be produced no later than 7 days after entry of the protective order described below. 2. Interrogatories. Defendant next objects specifically to interrogatory NOS 2, 3, and 4, each of which asks defendant to state the exact information known to a certain person or party that the defendant may use to support its claims. And defenses. Defendant objects to these interrogatories on the ground that defendant cannot possibly know everything that will be relevant to its claims and defenses. Defendant provides no law or support that such an objection is proper. In fact, courts in this district routinely order compliance with interrogatories similar to the ones at issue in this case without even examining this issue. CEG, Successis, Inc. vs. CRS, Inc., No. 321 CVO 1391, SVN, TOF, 2023 WL 2,403,940, at ASP.
Okay, I'm done. All right, so I want to apologize. I read a little bit faster than the voice can read, so when you saw me scrolling, that's the speed I read at. I know a lot of you were like, what is he doing? So what you saw right there was how fast I normally read. It really frustrates me. I don't mean to burden you, but like having to slow down to listen to it read even at 1.5 speed is so tough for me. I need it at like 4x, or I need to read it at the speed you saw me reading it. Like I digest a page in maybe like 10 seconds. Like by the time my eyes have gone from the top to the bottom of the page, I've already read the whole page. I get so frustrated when I can't read stuff that fast. Yeah, oh, I'm definitely a speed reader. I can tear, that's how I do this. I tear through documents. I can read, like I could have read that 29-page document without you all in maybe 3 minutes. All right. So, I understand. Let's do our video. Let's break this story. Everybody ready? So what do we want? We want this one. Let's just do it in order. So we want this one, this one, this one, and then where's this one? And this one. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then this one. All right, everybody ready? Everybody ready for our video? We're going to do a little video. A little towel. All right, here we go. Okay, everybody ready? All right. Here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's about 6:42 p.m. on Friday, February 6, 2026. I've been going through the Epstein files. If you've noticed, there's a few revelations in there, including the fact that the former general counsel the White House counsel to President Obama was a member of the CIA. She's now the top lawyer at Goldman Sachs. On January 8th, 2015, she got the CIA's agency medal from John Brennan, then the director, and then emailed Jeffrey Epstein, then a sex offender, to let him know how happy she was. Other CIA agents were also disclosed. Jeffrey Epstein was also tied to a group of charities called the Police Explorers Program, tied to a network called Learning for Life that links directly to Robert Devine, the Sandra Birchmore case, and Massachusetts, because, of course, Jeffrey Epstein was tied to a number of educational institutions in Massachusetts and apparently used state and local police as his private Gestapo to enslave a network of children who then became sex trafficking victims for life. It's horrifying. Now, why am I recording this video now? Because I think I'm about to break some news for the state of Connecticut. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am about to tell you about the Rumsy Hall School in Connecticut. The Rumsy Hall School, I can confirm to you as of right now, has been subject to a litany of different lawsuits from students related to sexual abuse that occurred at the school over a number of years, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll tell you right now, this would be disturbing enough. You can start with federal case docket number 320CV01822 out of the United States District Court for the District of Connecticut in front of Judge Saralavi Nangala. Ladies and gentlemen, you could start there, Tim Davis versus the Rumsy Hall School, and you will find that is not the only lawsuit that has been raised over the past 25 years against the elite private boarding school in Connecticut, which, of course, has a random airfield and helipad on its campus, because that's what you need at a K-12 boarding school for boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. So, Grant, how did you figure all this out? Why is it connected to Jeffrey Epstein? Well, I'll show you, ladies and gentlemen. If you start at Jeffrey Epstein file ID EFTA00104025, you're going to see a tip that was taken very seriously by the United States Attorney's office in New York, the Southern District. They forwarded it apparently to Maine Justice, who took it very seriously. This tip ties a bunch of people together. We're not going to go down the Adnan Khashoggi, Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum connection to Maxwell and Epstein, but it's there, it's real, it's scary. We're also not going to talk about the connection between Daryl Nitke, who was potentially involved with stealing the Gardner paintings, and Adnan Khashoggi, and the ties between MBS and MBZ and Epstein, and like the fallout of MBZ falling out of power in Saudi Arabia and MBS taking power. We don't have time for that. What we do have time for, though, is this little tip right here, okay? Now, the little tip about the Rumsy Hall School has all these names, and I went through all of them, and I got a hit. I think what the hit was on one of the former headmasters. It was actually like some of these names linking up as famous alumni that then led one of the Astute Towel viewers to find a case, okay? It was this case that I just showed you. By looking at this case, you learn a lot about allegations against members of this school, and you learn a lot about who their lawyers were. You learn a lot about how long this was going on. You find out that there's a number of cases related to this school heading to trial. Now, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, right now, okay, is where you're going to find out this ties to Maxwell and Epstein. How? Well, take a look at this email ID, okay, ETFA007362226. You're going to see that there's something called the Edge Foundation Morality Conference, okay? It involves people like Larry Page, Elizabeth Phelps from NYU, Joe Heinrich from UBC, Roy Baumeister from FSU. I wonder if he knew Wendy Adelson. You think Wendy Adelson has a connection to the Epstein files? Anyway, I always thought she was CIA. Anyway, you can see Jeffrey Epstein here saying that he wants to go with this man, John Brockman, and he wants to know who's attending. Okay, well, you end up finding out, okay, that they do some more follow-up. Okay, so that was, what year was this? July 2nd. They do a follow-up on July 6th. And you can see here, it's Jeffrey Epstein talking to, it looks like, the founder and runner of this conference, okay, the EDGE conference, the EDGE Foundation Morality Conference. Now, but you see there's a problem, folks. They can't find a helipad to use that's not 22 miles away. So you can see that Leslie Groff lets John Brockman know regarding Jeffrey Epstein. There's a helipad in CT that you suggested to JE to land at. Our pilot is trying to organize the name. Can you please provide me the name of the helipad or any details you have? And there you go. There's a helipad 4 miles from the Mayflower Inn. It's part of the Rumsy Hall, a prep school, and it's private. The hotel said they hadn't been able to use it, but you can try. Here's the info. Wouldn't you look at that? Look at that convenient little 4-mile jaunt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just dial John into Washington, where the conference is placed. And what do you see at the Rumsy Hall School, ladies and gentlemen? You see a very interesting setup for a private K-12 boarding school. Yes, indeed, you do. So that's it. You're going to want to take a look at this. If you live in the state of Connecticut, you're going to want to probably find out why no one has been covering these litany of ongoing lawsuits, the different law firms involved, how many different pieces of litigation have been filed. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Connecticut has its Jeffrey Epstein scandal, and the media in that state missed it. You can see the judge in this case just eviscerates the Rumsey Hall School lawyers. They forgot to claim discovery privilege, and judge holds it against them because they forgot to claim discovery privilege in one of the sections of this ruling. Judge just says, well, you forgot to claim mediation privilege. However, having failed to raise it, you lose, and I'm forcing disclosure of material turned over in discovery. Folks, there's a lot of victims at this Rumsey Hall School. I don't know who's going to pick this up and run with it in Connecticut. I don't know how these people have so much power, but this runs deep. There are serious allegations raised against, in this complaint, raised against staff members of the Rumsey Hall School. There's serious connections raised to certain law firms that represented the Rumsey Hall School. There's certainly indicia that there are multiple confidentiality agreements in place with victims at this school, and there's a tie to Jeffrey Epstein. Connecticut, folks, you all have to come together and have some kind of discussion. I don't know what you all do down there in the Nutmeg State. I don't know if you have a convention around a nutmeg tree. Do what you got to do. You got some serious issues. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'll tell you, when you really start diving into the law firms involved in this, you're going to find out that they are some heavy hitters. Okay, not only was there the Shipman law firm, but you're going to find out that there was a different law firm as well that was brought in to work on the case, and that law firm ends up being even more powerful. Okay, now some of these names you may be saying to yourself, Grant, that sounds incredibly intense, and I'm telling you right now, it is. It is absolutely intense. The people involved in this, the headmasters, the different networks that overlap. You will want to read it for yourself. You will want to see the names involved, the different attorneys that were involved. The school attempted to assert the SA Victims Privacy Act in Connecticut as grounds to withhold this information. And one of the school's former chairman was a lawyer at Cravath, Swain and Moore. Okay. There was the Shipman firm involved. Okay. Shipman represented that it had provided legal representation to defendant for many years. In December of 2014, Shipman represented defendant in connection with threatened litigation by an alumnus who alleged he had been sexually abused by the defendant in this case. As part of its representation of defendant in that matter, Shipman learned that prior claims had been made against defendant related to the conduct of defendant, including matters that had previously settled. Shipman states that it was apparent there were other potential claimants and defendant anticipated additional claims would be filed. There was a letter sent by Matt Honinger, the Board of Trustees chair and head of school, which stated that defendant, the Rumsy Hall School, was committed to preventing acts of SA as well as investigating and responding appropriately to any reports of SA misconduct, which it may have been previously unaware. The letter further noted that the board had engaged legal counsel for advice and guidance. The letter encouraged recipients who had information relevant to these important issues and concerns to contact Shipman, the firm. Yes, male victims in Connecticut, multiple at this school, all potentially tied to the Epstein network. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is breaking news, and you saw me uncover it live. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All right, folks. We wrote it up. We did that. Now we got to write it up. Okay, we've only done half our work. That was very important stuff. Now we got to write it up. So here's how you write it up. All right, watch me write it up. Breaking news. The Jeffrey Epstein scandal has reached Connecticut, and the implications are explosive. That's not how you spell Connecticut. Per the Epstein files and court documents, the Rumsy Hall School in Connecticut may have been the epicenter of a child sexual abuse ring for decades. I'm horrified. I'm horrified. I'm horrified. I'm horrified. Oh my goodness. Read more about Epstein's connection to the billionaire Edge Foundation Morality Conference, which counted Larry Page as an attendee. Here. Read more about Epstein. Read more about Epstein using the private heliport and airport at the Rumsy Hall School. Yes, you read that right. The school in the middle of the woods for children has a full airport and helipad. Here. And then what's the last one? Oh, yes. The lawsuit. Oh, yeah. I can't do that, though. I need the actual link. Where's the actual link to this lawsuit? I think it's like a SCOTUS link or something. Hold on. It's this one? No, I want the actual link to the decision. Hold on. Okay. It's right here. No, I want the actual PDF though. Why can't I get? Oh, it's right here. It's here we go. I got it. All right. See how we do this? You put it all together. Read just one of the lawsuits against Rumsy Hall here. Is it Rumsy Hall? Let me just double check the spelling. Rumsy Hall, yeah. Connecticut is still not spelled right? Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you for letting me know. Hold on, I got to spell check with Google. I'm not the best at spelling the word Connecticut. I'm not the best at spelling. Can you tell I really rely on spell check? I have no idea what I'm doing. And if my spell check gets it wrong, oh, I'm just screwed. Listen, spell check, you can't just get Connecticut wrong. The people of Connecticut, the nutmeg state, are going to be all offended. It's serious stuff. All right. Now, here is another one. For both male and female child victims of abuse. I'm calling it sexual abuse because it was. Read another lawsuit against Rumsy Hall going to trial soon. Here. All right. From a male victim from a female victim. Okay, so you see how we did that? We wrote that up. Nice, nice. Now you need one more thing, okay, to really like cap this off. You need this. Okay, you need this. Let me show you how you do it when you really want to help people. You gotta put the little three. It's a three alarm title. All right. The more alarm bells in the title, the more concerning the development is. So if you ever see me do that, that's why. All right. Now we got to do one more thing, so we're not quite done. We got to do this too. So we go over here. I took it off the screen. I go grab the video I just recorded. So I grabbed all the primary source files, grabbed everything I needed. Now I go grab the video I just recorded, right? Like it's very meta and recursive. And then I grab it, and then it uploads, and we can watch it upload together. Okay, I spend a lot of my day doing this. I just sit in front of the computer and wait for things to upload. Yeah, I think we're gonna find out this network was big, but what you want is to go into the Epstein files, which we will go back to in a second, and look for them. Now, do you see how we do this work? First of all, we crowdsource it. I'm so grateful to have you all with me on this journey. Second of all, do you see how we do it? So it's like we chunk it. We take a part of what we're working on. We chase down the lead. Like this all came from that one tip, that one email. And I knew to take, so the FBI and the DOJ don't always take stuff that people send them seriously. But when it's taken seriously, you can tell based on how it's forwarded. Like if it just goes nowhere or they mock it, they don't really care, which is sad because some of these women and men who were victims, like they were a little bit like psychologically destroyed. So of course they weren't going to present shit to the U.S. attorney in like a cogent, cognizable manner. But what I've noticed what the U.S. attorney responds to, like what the DOJ likes, is short, like valuable tips. They don't need your life story. They don't need an essay. You want to see the perfect tip to the U.S. attorney? It's this. This is what got their attention. Like this is it. This specific tip. This kind of stuff. They want names. They don't need you to tell. They don't even care if you tell them why it's important because they know it has investigatory value just by looking, just like I did. As soon as you look into a little bit of it, it all steamrolls and then you're like, wait a minute. Holy shit, this is like a real tip. And that's what a tip is. If you've ever wanted to know like what a real investigatory tip is on the highest levels, it's this. I don't know how the fuck we found this. I think because it had Massachusetts and Bridgewater. I think me or 3 Clerk Monty, I think it was 3 Clerk Monty was the first one to find this. I called this the Codel for the Epstein files. If you've ever used a one-time pad in the context of replacement ciphers, like kind of like the Enigma machine, but more like complex, a one-time pad is like the information you need to decode a coded message. Think about it as like public-private key encryption. Take 2 really, 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 really big prime numbers, okay? Multiply them. They're going to create a super big prime number. Now, we have this issue in modern mathematics as a society where we don't know how to, it's called prime factorization. We know how to multiply 2 really, really big primes. And when I say primes, think about prime numbers that are so big that if I tried to write them on a chalkboard, it would be like 50 lines of numbers. We know how to take like a really, really big prime number and multiply it with its same prime number, okay? You can multiply those 2 things together and you can get a prime number that is so big that that science and math don't know how to take the square root of the prime number. Do you understand why that's such a fascinating paradox? You can have, like, if you're the person with both numbers, okay, and you multiply them, you can send that big number, the resulting number from the equation, across the internet. And no one can decipher it because only you know the prime that was used to send the big number across the internet. Get it? Big prime, multiplied, big prime, send it across the internet. No one knows what the 2 smaller primes were. That's encryption in a nutshell. Now, I'm talking like 256 AES bit encryption. Other forms of encryption are not quite that complex. And we're talking like the most complex forms of encryption you can think about. So it's genius because we don't know technically as a society how to take a fact, like to do the square root of the big prime. Get it? So if you don't know how to do the square root of these giant numbers going across the internet, you can't decrypt them. It's genius. And that's not to say like backdoor technology and Project Echelon data upstream don't impact all this. But think about what a one-time pad is. In a very simple explanation, it is knowing the base prime that was used to multiply itself to result in the prime factor, is like the big prime that you can't take the square root of. Everyone understand? That is a one-time pad. Now, what I'm talking to you about is something called a codel. I call it a codel. I think it is called a codel. It's like the thing that allows you to decrypt a message that is encoded with a replacement cipher. I call it a codel. I think it might actually be called a codel. I called it a codex for a while, but it's not really a codex. It's a codel. It allows you to interpret the larger encoded messages. This is the codel of the Epstein files. So Three Clerk Monty or whoever you found this in those 5.1 million files, like this is it. This is the most valuable tip they got. Now, I haven't even got to the Shadow Commission on 9/11. I have studied on this channel before the ties between the Wahhabi extremists in Kandahar, the Bin Ladens, and the old Saudi regime under MBZ. Okay, I've studied it. I'm well aware of what they did. I want to talk about it. As you know, there was a very famous lawyer who gave a lecture at Dartmouth that we talked about on this channel about how Saudi Arabia funded 9/11. Now, I don't know if we're ready to have that conversation because this is where this is all going. You realize that, right? Like what happened was we kidnapped basically Adnan Khashoggi, who was like a weapons trafficker for like the Sultan of Brunei and the Saudis and the Wahhabi extremists. It's very complicated, but it really goes back to 1979, and it has to do with when Iran. So Iran was like a Western liberal democracy from 53 until 79. Okay, there was like a civil war kind of. We got our Shah that we wanted in 53. The CIA did a coup. 79 comes around, and like Khomeini, what happened was like, I think like some dude who was like Khomeini's ally. Khomeini was exiled. Ayatollah Khomeini, the original one. The guy who's ruling Iran now is a different Khomeini. But the guy at the time, the Ayatollah Khomeini, was like exiled in like Libya or something, maybe London. I don't remember. No, definitely not London. It was like some Arab country. And his guy in Iran got killed by the Shah or the Shah's people. I forget exactly what happened. I watched a documentary on it recently. There was some kind of like spark towards it. Like people were pissed at the Shah. I think it had to do with like the way he changed like how supermarkets worked. There was something about like the way distribution of food in Iran changed in like 75 that sparked a lot of like discontent among like the polity. And what it led to was like this guy who was an ally of Ayatollah Khomeini getting like killed, and then it led to like riots basically. Like I'm not kidding you. Like they like stormed the American embassy. What you have to understand is Iran wasn't just like a Western like influenced state. The United States had 4 mints in the 70s where we printed money. One of them was Tehran, okay? The base of CIA operations in the Middle East was Tehran. You think about the Iranian hostage crisis of 1979. It's fascinating from a domestic perspective because of the impact between Carter and Reagan. Like Reagan pulled like a Nixon. Like Nixon sabotaged Johnson's peace talks in 68, like through this woman in New York. Like I think, like I forget who it was, like Dana, like the president of South Vietnam was supposed to go to Paris to meet Kissinger for peace talks. And Nixon wanted to win the election, so he told the South Vietnamese to not go or to sabotage Kissinger at Paris so that Nixon would win. Reagan did something similar with the Iranian hostage crisis. So we think of it domestically in 79 as like oh, they took our embassy and kidnapped students. No, bro. No, that is not what happened. The Iranian militants, like the students, captured our embassy, which was not an embassy. It was the base of CIA operations in the Middle East for like 20 years. What happened was we left our guys there because we told them to burn everything, like shred and burn everything. But they couldn't because the Iranian students invaded the embassy. This was like an early WikiLeaks for like the Middle East and the Eastern world. We never heard about it. But what the students did, it was fucking brilliant. I'm sorry for cussing. Like, I don't like that they did this to America, but listen to what they did. So the Iranian students capture the embassy. They find all these shredded papers. They tell the elementary and middle school students, hey, do you want to do a really fun project? Like, take these shredded up pieces of paper. It was like, it wasn't cross shredding in 79. It was just single line shredding, and put them all together. So the Iranian middle school students, like for months, are just, imagine like journalists doing this now. The middle school students are putting together classified CIA documents. They spend months on it. They do it meticulously, one single shred of paper at a time. They compile them all and they release them. They just start sending them out as like copies. They mail them. There was no internet. They're just, the Western news wasn't going to cover it. They just mail them out as like literal binders of CIA documents. You talk about crown jewels, family jewels. This was the WikiLeaks scandal of 79, okay? That's what the Iranian hostage crisis was, okay? The reason I explain this is you have to understand the implications of a radical Islamist Ayatollah with no loyalty to the West taking over Iran. It completely, like, it caused a catastrophe, okay? An absolute catastrophe for Western intelligence. Bro, our entire network in China, our entire network in Vietnam, in Laos, in Cambodia, in Japan, in Australia, in New Zealand, in India, in Pakistan, in Nepal, in Tibet, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in all of Africa, in Yemen, Oman, Israel, France, Germany, the USSR. The CIA was set back 40 years because of what happened in Tehran in 79. But that's not why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this because it's interesting history. But you have to understand at the same time that this revolution is happening in 79, there is a group that are called Wahhabists. Okay, they are a fundamentalist sect of Islam. You're going to know them because they operated out of Kandahar in Pakistan, and they were run by the Bin Laden family. Now, why is this relevant for our purposes? Because the Wahhabists not only had their eyes on like what they call, it was like the Arab League. They wanted like a greater Arab like project, like to rival the EU. So, and Israel did not want this, okay, and the West did not want this. So the Wahhabists go into Mecca, and if you don't know Saudi Arabia, it's like a big peninsula. Okay, Yemen and Oman are in the bottom of it. And I think Djibouti's down there too. Djibouti might be on the other side in Africa. But the point is, it's like Yemen, Oman, big peninsula, Saudi Arabia. Okay, Saudi Arabia, and then Iran's over here. Okay, so Iran's like over here. All right, it's dealing with its thing. And then Saudi Arabia in Mecca, wherever the hell it is, Mecca's like where you do the Hajj. It's like the most holy site in Islam. They have their black cube there. It has something, I'm not trying to insult Islam, it has something to do with like Muhammad or someone going into the desert, and then they found this black cube, and it's like represents Saturn. I don't really know. I don't understand. I've never really studied why they have the black cube. They just have a black cube that they walk around. It's very strange. I'm Catholic. I'm sorry. I don't understand. So anyway, Mecca's like the most holy site in Islam. The radicals who were trying to overthrow Iran, and did, also went to Mecca and stormed the Black Cube. And you can't just storm the Black Cube. Like, it's never happened. It doesn't happen. It's like a holy site. It would be like going to the Vatican with like terrorists and conquering the Vatican. Like, it was just horrific. So they hold this black cube thing hostage, the Wahhabist radicals. And what they do is they basically pressure the Saudi king. The way Saudi Arabia works is it's a royal monarchy. So the king has a bunch of princes under him, and he selects the crown prince, who's the heir apparent. Okay. The Wahhabists pressure the Saudis. Okay. They say, we're going to overthrow you like we did Iran unless you agree to basically allow the Bin Laden family, we're using them as a stand-in for the Wahhabist faction of Islam, unless you allow the Bin Laden family to pick the rulers of Saudi Arabia. Okay? So it's really brutal what happens, but they agree. The Saudis agree, and so the Wahhabists say, okay, you can go in and kill our people. So then the Saudis in 79 commit the bloodiest massacre you can imagine in their holy city. They go into Mecca, and they just storm the Black Cube and just murder all of the terrorists. It was bad, okay? But the deal was that as a result, the Saudi state got to preserve its monarchy. Just so you understand, when Iran fell, the Persian dynasty, that the Shahs represented, had ruled that area for 2,000 years. The Iranian Revolution ended the Persian Empire. So these guys, the Wahhabists, were like, listen, Saudi Arabia, we took them down, we'll take you down. Saudi Arabia was like, fine, we'll do what you want. So for between 79 and 2019, if you wanted to rule Saudi Arabia, you had to pilgrimage to fucking Kandahar, Pakistan, meet with the Bin Ladens, and then come back to Saudi Arabia, where King Salman, or whoever was his predecessor, would allow you then to become the heir apparent, the prince of whatever their name is for the highest prince. I was just talking about it. It's MBS. He's that guy now. Okay, so that's the political context for why Adnan Khashoggi, who was allied with MBZ, who was the Wahhabist chosen heir apparent to King Salman in Saudi Arabia, that's why Khashoggi and Epstein are tied, okay? There was a Wahhabist extremist faction that was running Saudi Arabia that was also using Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi's father, to prop up its operations through sex trafficking, basically. That's basically what they were doing. They also laundered art. They did a lot of shit in the 80s and 70s. It was weird. They made a lot of money very quickly. And so when Jamal Khashoggi got killed, it was actually because Mohammed bin Salman had taken over the throne of Saudi Arabia. He overthrew the Wahhabists. Now, mind you, the Wahhabists did 9/11. I have to make this clear to you. I need to tell you all, you need to understand this. Saudi Arabia right now is not what Saudi Arabia was under the Wahhabists and MBZ and Mohammed bin Zayed, okay? Under Mohammed bin Zayed, they were literally Wahhabi extremists who wanted to hurt us, like Iran, really bad. They most likely did 9/11. Okay, they financed it through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They made it happen. They had more money than our CIA, than our government. They made it happen. Now, why is this relevant to us? Well, Epstein went on tilt when MBS and MBZ went to war in 2018. King Salman was going to pick MBZ, who's Western intelligence's guy, even though he was a Wahhabi extremist in Saudi Arabia. King Salman was going to make him the heir apparent. Instead of doing that, MBS got selected. Okay. Now we saw in the files Epstein and Steve Bannon talking about how they wanted MBS to keep power, and how MBZ, and how MBS was never going to be able to get over the Khashoggi killing. Epstein was wrong. He was so entrenched with the Khashoggi family, he bet wrong on the civil war between MBS and MBZ. MBS won that war. As soon as MBS won the war, Epstein got taken out. Okay, Epstein was part of a faction within the larger global dynastic community that tied back to Saudi wealth through Adnan Khashoggi. Okay, that's and Maxwell's father, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, died on Khashoggi's old yacht. Okay, just so you understand, the elder Khashoggi, Adnan. Just so you understand, what this tip, just one line about this tip, the line, the Khashoggi operation connects to Maxwell Epstein. You have to be literally better than a CIA analyst, better than a diplomat, better than an ambassador. You have to know the geopolitical orientation of the Middle East as if it were the back of your hand. And you have to have studied specifically the development of the sort of geopolitical tensions between Mohammed bin Salman and Mohammed bin Zayed. If you didn't, you would be completely out of your depth. That's how the U.S. attorney knew this was legit. They passed this to someone who has my level or better of understanding of the geopolitical orientation of Saudi Arabia as it relates specifically to those two people, MBS and MBZ. And they knew within like seconds that this was legit. Because there's nothing there that would tell you everything. Like, did you hear what I just said to you? Did you hear how much I had to unpack to make the orientation of Adnan Khashoggi, MBZ, Saudi Arabia, Epstein all make sense? Like, to understand that, you have to have almost a perfect conceptual grasp of Saudi Arabian domestic political developments from 1979 through the present. Wild. That's how I knew this tip was legit. Okay? That's how we started on this, and what it ended up with is the Rumsy Hall School. Oh, the Codel. So this is why it's a Codel. A Codel is something that you can use to cross-reference with other files to understand them. This file does not make as much sense. Oh, he just needs a helipad. Oh, there's a prep school with a helipad. He's just going to fly in. Oh, Ben Webster, Edge Foundation Morality Conference. It looks innocuous. Everything looks innocuous, right? But then all you start looking over here, you see names like Larry Page, Edge Billionaires, NYU. What am I looking at here? All right, then you start going to lawsuits like that, and then you realize, bro, it's a Codel. This is what allows you to decrypt all of their... Now, some of the coded language, you have to speak the vernacular, the parlance, but this is the Codel. You just cross-reference this with every other file, and what looks innocuous starts jumping off the page. That's the beauty of this. I'm trying to teach you all how to do this. Yeah, here's the relation to Carter Page. Okay, let me explain. Oh, dear God. All right. Carter Page worked for a man named Stefan Helper. Stefan Helper was MI5. Carter Page was CIA. Carter Page was making contact with Russians. They were specifically investigating, I think Russian subversion of Ukraine or something. It was a long time ago. It was before the war. But anyway, the relevance here is Carter Page in 2016 joins the campaign of President Trump, maybe 2015. And two FBI agents, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, want to investigate the Trump campaign. They need to get a warrant to do it. Now, to get a warrant to spy on a U.S. citizen, you have to go to something called the Section 702 FISA Court. It's somewhere in Milwaukee or something, somewhere in the north of the country. So you go to the FISA Court and you ex parte as the government in a secret proceeding have to say, this U.S. citizen is doing something we think is a threat to national security. We want permission to spy on them with the tools that are used to spy on terrorists. Basically, it means they take all your internet traffic, everyone's, and then they're allowed to access it ex post facto with a warrant. Basically, you can't hide from them. Everything you do on the cell phone, internet, encrypted or otherwise, is copied and stored. Even if it's encrypted, they'll just decrypt it later. You think that they can't decrypt 256 AES bit keys? You're absolutely out of your mind. Of course they can. Anyway, my point is, maybe not regular police, but the intelligence community can do that shit in a second. Anyway, my point is, they go to the court and they say, listen, we have these programs that allow us to get everything, and we want to access our data on this U.S. citizen for this reason. The court is generally favorable to doing this because the government's going to have strong evidence if they're at the court. The approval rate is really high. It's 99%. Okay. The FBI goes to the CIA in preparation for a Section 702 warrant on Carter Page and says, hey, CIA, we're going to go do this warrant on Carter Page. Do you have documents like indicating that Carter Page worked for you. Is that why he was talking to Russians? The CIA gets back to Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and says, hey, yeah, Carter Page is a CIA guy. And that's why he was talking to Russians. The FBI, those two agents, takes the email from the CIA and edits it to make it look like the CIA said Carter Page had no affiliation. And that's how the FBI under Obama got the permission from the FISA court to spy on the Trump campaign. It wasn't that those two were lovers. They were. That's not the story. It's that they manipulated a CIA document to mislead the FISA court to spy on President Trump's campaign. It's a huge deal. I'm not sure which page I mentioned, but anyway, that's the best I can tell you about the Carter Page situation. Carter Page was wild. That led Jim Jordan to threaten to take away 702 from the intelligence community. I hope you know that. He literally was like, because of this, I watched all those hearings. Because of this, I'm going to take away your power under 702. He almost did it. That is wild, Spacey. The connection with John Brockman. I wonder if Brockman was the one who had the connection with the Rumsey Hall School. Definitely make a comment. Oh, you don't use X. I hope someone will make a comment about that. All right, let's continue our research. We got a little more time. I'll go till like 8 and then I'm going to bed. Maybe a little bit longer. We'll see what we find. Really depends. Oh, so the Codel. This is a Codel because every name here can be traced to something else. Everything. Every single thing. It also, and I believe this, it says that it wasn't really Israel. You have to understand, folks, Israel right now, like Saudi Arabia, but there was a war basically between the Arab states and Israel for 40 years. Saudi Arabia was one of the people in 67 who basically embargoed oil in the United States by the 70s because we supported Israel in the 67 war. Bro, it took a long time for Israel to get the acceptance of Saudi Arabia. And it only happened because MBS, remember the Abrams Accords? Israel only got Saudi Arabia's support because of that. So when they're saying, listen, Israel was not behind 9/11, they mean that. Israel wanted us to know that Saudi was doing it. It wasn't just Saudi, though. It was a Wahhabist faction of Saudi. That's why bin Laden was involved. Israel wanted us to know. The problem is, I think our intelligence agencies were compromised by Saudi Arabia. Which, again, I'm sure Paulo Prado's thinking about all this oh, dear God. He was so close when he stumbled onto that shit. Yeah, I was. I really was. One of the jurors in the second trial. Yeah, maybe don't use federal informants for stuff like this, who are easy to find. What the hell was that? I know that shit was serious. And it was Saudi, too. I cannot believe what Saudi Arabia under the Wahhabists did to us. It may actually be Saudi. Not just Saudi, a specific sect of Saudi. Because they have more money than God. They really do. They have more money than the Russians. They have more money than the Israelis. They have more money than the Americans and the Chinese. It's very plausible that Saudi intelligence was actually behind this. And it's not I don't know if you all understand what Saudi intelligence is. You think we're intense? Imagine a country with 100 people who are as powerful as the president, and then there's people more powerful than them. Saudi Arabia is such a powerful country. I don't think we even understand. I think there are, not anymore. We kind of neutered them with a deal. But back in the day, they were a threat to us and Israel. And I don't think we were willing to talk about it because I think they conquered our country from within. It's called Josiah. Jiyzah. It's the concept of like only extremist Islamic countries do this, but they literally go into countries and then use their tolerance for multiculturalism to build up an Islamic base and take over the country, which explains the Somalian immigration and takeover of politics in the north part of the country. Like, if you just look at like what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was doing under MBZ, like, they owned us and they attacked us, and like we didn't go to war with them because we might not have won. Like, it's tough. Like, if you look back at Gulf War I, without Saudi like cooperation, we don't win. Like, we don't do that Gulf War I air raid the same way. Like, we needed Saudi. They really did control us, and I'm worried a little bit because the 9/11 connection to this is not what people think. Like, you're not going to find, like, that's really the big story. I don't want to be the one to deal with that, and it's not because I don't care. It's because, like, that is, like, the big, like, story here. Like, we really, as, like, a fourth estate, need to, like, come together, and we all have to be on the same page if we're going to talk about that. Because, like, the Epstein stuff is bad. It's horrifying. But the reality is he was a middleman, like, between old money and new money. And we think so much about, like, the Rothschilds and the House of Savoy and the Windsors. Dude, those people are children compared to the, like, Saudi, like, Persian dynasties. Literally children. They didn't come on the scene until, like, the 1000 or 1300. So the Persians were around, like, before Jesus. And their wealth, like, look at some of those, like, Arab conquests, like, back in the day. Like, Saladin, like, this money goes back, their money goes back earlier than the European money. And that's what I think we're dealing with. Like, hiding behind all the, like, it was Israel, it was Russia. No. It was the CIA. No. It's a way more simpler but geopolitically complex answer. It was Saudi Arabia. But it wasn't the country of Saudi Arabia as we know it today, which is going to make this such a difficult issue to unpack. Because MBS is going to be able to stand up there and be like, yeah, like, that's why I was pissed at MBZ. That's why I killed Khashoggi. Like, you don't understand what these people were doing to you. But then at the same time, people are going to turn around and be like, so the only reason Epstein was stopped was because of Mohammed bin Salman? Like, we were a vassal state for Saudi Arabian oil money? I think that's a problem. It's a diplomatic problem. It's a national security problem. Bro, like, if it's Saudi Arabia, we have, like, decades. We've been infiltrated for decades. Now do you understand why President Trump is being so harsh on immigration? He's not being racist. It's a national security issue. It's a big problem. And that's the implications of this. You want to watch the lecture? Let's just watch the lecture. All right. Yeah, no, MBS is actually a good guy. Like, he does a lot of blow-up. And by the way, I don't want to be rude to him because I feel like his people are going to be like, listen, this streamer was talking about you. He gets, like, an intelligence briefing. Listen, MBS's people. First of all, I found the dude who knew Paula Prado's dad. All right? And you got a MBZ spy somewhere at, like, the Al-Fayed University of Petroleum. Fuck if I know, bro. I've never been to Saudi Arabia. You got to deal with that. It's not my responsibility. He left the U.S. in, like, the 80s. Changed his middle initial. That's how I found the bastard. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I don't really care if you do blow. Like, I don't think you should do it. I think it's bad for your heart. It's probably not good for you. It's deleterious to your mind. But, like, I'm not going to hate on him. I'm going to be a little baffled. But be like Charlie Wilson's war. I'll sit in the hot tub. No women. I don't do sex. Sorry. Nope. Swore off it. No sex. No drinking. No GABAergics. However, I'll sit in the hot tub with a cigar. I'll smoke. You can do your blow. And then I don't encourage doing this. I'm just saying he does it. He's a king or whatever, prince. I can't stop him. He does that. I smoke my cigar and we just talk. I'll just be like, tell me what the hell happened, bro. Like, what happened? How did we get to this point? And are you our ally? What are we doing? Can we unpack this MBZ network? Do you mind? I don't like him either. He'll probably be like, you're a very confusing person. And be like, yeah, so are you. And he'll be like, yeah, game recognized game. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I think I could negotiate. I'd take the women for you. Okay, Nanya. Well, no, Nanya. No, we're going the other way. Women are not sexual objects. Oh, that's right. We're going to move on, and I'm going to continue explaining why this is so interesting. We're going to watch a video. I get it. All right, I get what we're all about to have to talk about. I don't really want to do this, but we have to. All right? Now, once a stream, I'm going to do this reminder, okay, for the people of the old world. We, as a new generation who have and shall inherit the earth, we've had a summit, okay, all the star children. We would like to remind all the people from the old world that as a baseline, before we start working on all this other stuff, as a baseline, we've come to an agreement. Okay, and we've decided that you need to be told it every day because apparently you didn't know this. Hurting children is wrong. Okay, we're going to have lectures about this. All the scientists. We're going to have, forget DEI training. No. We're going to have baseline training for all the doctors, all the lawyers, all the judges. It's going to be called continuing towel education. Okay, the first seminar, you got to take 30 hours of this. It's going to be me standing in a room in front of you all, okay, and I'm going to say, hurting children is bad. Okay, we're going to start at the very baseline. Here is why hurting children is bad. We don't want you to do that. We've agreed not to do that. You can't do that anymore. You shouldn't have been doing it. We're going to talk about why it's so harmful because apparently you forgot. I'm going to use my gentle parenting voice. Now, this is what you didn't give the children, the opportunity to have agency. So I'm going to give them agency and say, we're going to treat you like 5-year-olds with nothing, okay? And we're not going to abuse you like you did to the kids. Instead, we're just going to teach you why hurting children is wrong. We're going to have lectures about why inducing trauma in children to alter their development and create some kind of race of like super intelligent beings is wrong. We're going to have a bunch of different courses. I'll create a foundation, the Towel Foundation for the study of old world minds that thought it was okay to abuse children. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we'll put you on like display in some zoos. Then when I'm teaching you why hurting children is wrong, the public can watch. We're going to start there as a baseline. We're going to do, I'm going to do a lecture tour. We're going to do this for like a year, okay? Then we'll move on. We're going to work, those of us who understood this concept are going to work on the important stuff. All the other ones who are hurting children are going to go through that baseline course. If they can get through that course, okay, they're going to be monitored for life, first of all. But if they can get through the course, we will think about allowing them to be on the internet. I didn't say unmonitored. I said we'll think about giving them 15 minutes of screen time a day monitored. All right, that's where we're going to start. There's a little break here. That's where we're starting. Apparently, this just got lost on people. Like, I don't know when it was, like 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. I don't want to know. I don't care. We're just going to reset. Okay, we're just baseline. Hurting children, sexually or otherwise, is wrong. Okay, just baseline. It's not a question. It's wrong. Okay, everybody agree? We all agree? I know it's not us who are the problem. Okay, we have to teach these old world folks. We have to put them back in school. We have to reach, not with children. They get to be around each other. They never get to be around children again. And then we teach them why it's wrong. And if they say, oh, but we want to do it because it's wrong, okay, then we know those people are the problem. See what I'm saying? It's a genius system. All right, so let's get to this video. I want to teach you all about what's going on here. All right, we're going to watch an academic video. I know you all are excited. Now, I think I'm going to leave the viewer discretion advised up because this is technically about 9/11. All right, and I'm I don't even know how to say this, but based on what I've seen, okay, I think it's possible what Jeffrey Epstein did was worse than 9/11. And like, I'm not, like, I was in 7th grade. I remember the trauma of 9/11. Was that meant to be like a collective trauma so that we'd all, was that the event? Oh no. Did they literally use that to induce mass trauma to, like, they... Did life change in more ways than anyone realized after 2001? September 11th? I'm starting to wonder, because the work that Epstein was doing was on like parasocial, psychosocial conditioning and inducing trauma in developing minds in order to induce, like, they would induce the trauma so the mind would have a break, and then after the mind went through the break at a certain age, it would develop like superhuman abilities. Like, they called it clairvoyance. I'm wondering if they thought that was inefficient. You can't just go around inducing trauma in 300 million people. That would take a long time. They did it nationally. It was an experiment. Oh my God. Listen, it's going to take decades to unpack this all. They conducted a mass experiment in trauma by letting Saudi extremists fly airplanes into buildings? They're traitors. If this is true, and I'll show you the documents that indicate this is true. If this is true, it's treason. It's high treason. Do you know how mad I was when I found out that Paula Prado's father-in-law stole our missile defense secrets and abused children? I swear to God, if he was in that network, I'll find him. I'll find him. I know that name, Sir Geldon. Do you know how mad I was when I found out he stole our missile defense secrets? I got so mad. I care about the vulnerable a lot. All right? Care about people who are voiceless and defenseless a lot. I'm very mad at, like, they literally did terrible things to children. To combine that with the realization that a very plausible explanation, very plausible, for 9/11 is that Adnan Khashoggi and Saudi intelligence funded and committed the act with the complicity of Jeffrey Epstein's domestic intelligence network, which touched every apparatus of government, to induce mass trauma in the U.S. population, probably other populations, specifically the U.S. I'm right and I know it. There's no way any one person, any one individual, there just has to be a discussion among the news media about how we're going to handle this. Because there is no doubt in my mind that this is where this is all going. The fallout from the abuse of the children is going to be bad. The fallout, if indeed, and I fully believe this is exactly what's going on, if Epstein was working for Saudi intelligence, it was probably bigger than just Saudi, but specifically Adnan Khashoggi and his network. These people are all traitors. He didn't even need the Rothschilds. That was just fucking easy work. Listen, if you think I'm kidding about this, we're about to watch a lecture. It's about to link it all together. Oh, there you go. 3 Clerk Monty found a direct link from Epstein to Brockman. What did they say? No, these guys had no loyalty to anyone. Look at this. Look at how they talk about us. Mind you, I'm half Jewish. So I don't think this is like a Jewish thing. I've never heard my Jewish family talk like this ever. Ever. About anyone. Gentile or otherwise. I have never heard them talk like this. And if they did, I would be really disturbed. So this is that guy Brockman that was setting up the 3 Clerk Monty, I sometimes wonder if you're like, well, Grant's already so pot committed, fuck it, he can go after Bezos too. Dude, alright, fine, fuck it. Alright, here we go. We'll do it. Good evening, Towel friends. It is 7:46 p.m. on February 6, 2026. Over the past 2 hours, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm an independent journalist. Over the past 2 hours, I have been conducting an investigation into a network called the Rumsy Hall School and its affiliated, loosely, organizations that are in the area, in particular the Edge Foundation Morality Conference, okay, and a group of people who call themselves the Edge Billionaires. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these Edge Billionaires were tied to Jeffrey Epstein by a guy by the name of David Brockman. David Brockman was involved with, as I mentioned, the Edge Billionaires, who hosted events about 4 miles away from something called the Rumsy Hall School. Now, if you take a look at this court case in the United States District Court for the District of Connecticut, you're going to find out that the Rumsy Hall School has been tied. First of all, it has a private airfield. Okay. Second of all, you're going to find out that it's been tied to a series of allegations that are covered nowhere. in the news of SA towards children, males and females. But then you also find out it's only a little jaunt, about 4 miles, where the Glenholm School is also located, down to Washington, where the Mayflower Inn and Spa is located, where this conference was had for billionaires. Jeffrey Epstein flew into the private airport that I just showed you at the Ramsey Hall School. Okay? That was part of the Ramsey Hall School. All right? Now, in the Epstein files, as I mentioned, you can see that this Rumsey Hall School has a helipad, and that it's located at this specific address that we were just looking at on their campus. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein flew into that helipad, apparently, or at least tried to. It gets worse, because not only do we have the Rumsey Hall School tie to Epstein, and then the David Brockman link in through Epstein, but if we take a look at David Brockman and Epstein emailing, and this is file EFTA 019297775, you're going to see, first of all, a very offensive series of comments between Brockman and Epstein. But who attended the dinner at Blue Water Cafe, 1095 Hamilton Street, Vancouver, British Columbia, with Jeffrey Epstein? At least who was on the list confirmed? Jeff Bezos, ladies and gentlemen. The owner of the Washington Post and Amazon. Sergey Brin, one of the founders of Google. Larry and Lucy Page. The others. John Brockman, involved with that billionaire group that was connected with the Rumsey Hall School helipad. David Brooks. Jeff Epstein. Tony Fadell and Daniel Lambert, Salar Kamagar, Yuri and Julia Milner, Lori Park, Jean Pagozzi, Jackie Safra, Ricardo and Maria Laura Salinas, Charles and Lisa Simone, Jeff Skoll, Ann Wojcicki. Who was invited and awaiting response? Paul Allen, Peter and Mabah Gabriel, Marissa Meyer and Zach Bogue, Elon and Tula Musk, Pierre and Pam Omidar, the PayPal founding group. Who couldn't come? Bill Gates, Dean Carmen, Nathan Marvahold, Tim O'Reilly, Nick Pritzker, Evan Williams. You're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. A very intense circle with ties to Connecticut. And John Brockman lets Epstein know, your Goyim dinner was amazing. Thank you very much for including me. Where are the Jews? I did my best with Katinka. I understand she is frightened. Kruger is no bullshit. Will help. He is not going to try to protect his ass. Epstein was a convicted sex offender at this time. All of these people had dinner with a convicted sex offender. A registered sex offender. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This news is absolutely incredible. I cannot believe what has just been uncovered. That said, I will post this. You can follow more of my Epstein coverage, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I think it glitches when I make recordings because I just don't have a lot of, my computer's okay, but it's getting old. I don't have the processing power to do production, like professional production in real time. I'm streaming on 2 platforms, and then I'm trying to make my computer record like clips of the stream, and it's already doing recordings of what it's streaming. It pushes the computer to its limit. It's just a hardware limitation. All right. Let's post about it. How do I even break this? I don't even know what to write. Nope, that's not the one. I want to do the one about Connecticut. I want to repost the one about Connecticut, please. Where's the Connecticut? Oh, sorry, it's got to reload. There's the Connecticut one. All right. So, breaking. Jeff Bezos and a number of other billionaires all had dinner with Jeffrey Epstein in Vancouver. That's how you spell Vancouver. Damn Canadians. What year was it? What was the specific date? March 18th, 2014. Had dinner with on March 18th, 2014, when Epstein was a registered sex offender, and Epstein coordinated the meeting with John Brock, who may be tied to the brewing Rumsy Hall boarding school scandal. I gotta make up, like, at least with Watergate, we only needed one name. Bro, with this, we need like 47 different ones. Brock definitely has capital. Did I spell anything wrong? I probably did. Or maybe I didn't. And who was on the list? The list is as such. Let me just pick, like, the ones who actually confirmed. All right. Because I'm only going to say the ones who actually went. If they weren't confirmed, they didn't go. The list of confirmed guests is as such. Where's that name? Where's the one I wanted? Where's Jeff Bezos? There it is. Was as such. Who else was on there? Who? Yeah, it might be DARPA. Maybe. I'm not willing to commit to that. Like, DARPA might be a sub-project of this. I really think it's Saudi. Other than, like, Amber Speaks Up and Julie K. Brown and a few other people, I probably am the authority on all of this, and I'm saying I think it was Saudi. Everything else was just a sub-project. Who's Ann Wojcicki? I feel like I know that name. Who? That's such a unique name. Who the fuck is Ann Wojcicki? Who are you, Ann Wojcicki? Oh! The former CEO of 23andMe. Alright, we're just annotating this list. Oh, you wanted our genetics. Did ya? Did ya? Why did you want our genetics? I never gave him my damn genetics. I knew that shit was weird. Bruh. Who the hell is Jeff Skoll? All these people are like, wow, this towel is a monster. He just doesn't stop. What the hell is... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I knew you Canadians were involved in this shit. Damn Canadians. Damn Canadians. Listen to me. We got some cleaning up to do in Canada. Jeff Skoll was the first president of eBay. Canadian first president of eBay. I'm denoting every Canadian. Do you understand? Do you understand? I hate the damn Canadians. Damn Canadians. Damn Canadians. All right, I got a problem with Canada again. You took over Detroit in 1812. I'm mad. I am upset at Canada. Canada, we have to have a conversation. No wonder South Park wanted to blame Canada. Blame Canada. What the fuck? He does a lot of shit. His net worth is $7.5 billion. Let's see. He was Bill Gates' guy. So what are you? I need like a way better summary. Like, just give me like a one line. Who is Charles? Just give me like a one-liner on this dude. I don't need like his entire history. Okay, just give me like early Microsoft employee and a man and the man behind Word and Excel. Okay, early Microsoft employee. So like basically like Microsoft. Charles worked for Microsoft and helped invent Word and Excel. How you doing, Charles? My name's Grant. All of you that are being alerted about this, just look up who I am first. Just don't do anything. That's my best advice. Just don't do anything. Because oh, no! No, it's Amazon. It looks like it's not the judge. It looks like... Wait, did she become a judge? Oh, dude. Please tell me this woman did not go from Amazon to a judge. No. Alright. It looks like Laura Salinas is at Amazon. Why, though? Like, who are you? You gotta, like, there has to be a reason she would be at Epstein's dinner. Why are you so important? But why are you rich? I don't understand. Why are you there? I'm not saying she... Why would a developer advocate be at a billionaire conference? And why would it be the judge from Texas? I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out who Laura Salinas is for my annotation here. Like, who is... Oh, sorry. That's why I got it wrong. Sorry, Laura Salinas. Sorry. Everybody leave the... No, it's not Laura Salinas. It's someone's last name. Ricardo and Maria Laura Salinas. This is why I do the research off screen. Who are you? I found him. Who are you? He's a Mexican magnate, founder and chairman of Grupo Salinas, a corporate conglomerate with interests in telecommunication, media, and financial services. He's the third richest person in Mexico. His worth is $13.6 billion. All right, but why does he know Epstein? Oh, no? Wow, yeah, this is the break. He hasn't been connected to Epstein before. Okay, so let me just give me like a one-liner on him then. Who is he? He runs the number 2 Mexican TV runs TVX. He runs TV Azteca? Okay. Dude, all these people are like, oh no, he's too good. He's that good, huh? Yeah, I'm a little tired. That poor woman, Laura Salinas, is probably like, well, I am not related to the guy who runs TV Azteca. Thank you, Grant. I'm going to go back to my life now. Okay, Laura Salinas, you have a great life. I wish you all the best. I hope you didn't hurt any kids. God bless you. Be well. Try to do good things for the world. All right. Resident and chairman of what the hell it's called? It's called like Salinas Group or some shit. His name is actually Ricardo Salinas Peligro. He's also the founder and chairman of Grupo Salinas. Should I put their net worths in there just to fuck with them? You know what I'm saying? No, I don't care that much about their net worth. Your money means nothing to me. This is what life's all about. Helping the people. Jacques Safra. He's Syrian. He's Syrian, but he's Swiss. Oh, and you just filed a complaint against Christie's. Oh, I bet Christie's auction house is gonna be... He's the chairman of Encyclopedia Britannica! No, that's Jacob Safra. That's got it. No! Oh my god, Jackie is a nickname! His name is Jacob E. Jackie Safra, and he's the chairman of Encyclopedia Britannica? Oh, no. All right, everybody. All right. Oh, no. This is like billions of dollars in market valuation. Oh, no. This post is going to cause some problems. Listen, I love America. God bless me. I love America. What have you done, Three Clerk Monty? What have you done? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, these people. They're all he was a sex offender, Three Clerk Monty. You don't understand. This guy's name is Gene Johnny Pagasi. He's the father of the celebrity selfie. Because he snapped a photo of himself with Faye Dunaway in 1974? What? No, it's a different guy. Wait, maybe it is this guy. Yeah, it is this guy. I think he's actually the father of the celebrity selfie. Oh boy. His actual job is he's the head of the CEO. He's the heir to the CEO of the automobile brand Simca, which was founded by Fiat and then Henry Pagozzi. And is it still around? Simca was a French automaker run by Fiat. It looks like it closed at a certain point. What's it do now? Oh, it eventually got sold to Peugeot, and then when the Chrysler Empire went down, his company went down. He's a French-born Italian? He studied at Harvard. Yeah, this is the guy. He's the heir to the fucking Simca automobile, fortune. Weird. And his name is actually Gene Johnny Pagozzi, and he was born in 1952. It's not that hard to find these people. You just have to know what you're looking for. Oh, bro. He worked for the Gaumont Film Company and 20th Century Fox? Heir to the Simca automobile fortune. I think it's called Simca, right? S-I-M-C-A, Simca, yeah. Yeah, this is blowing my mind, too. Who the hell is Lori Park? All these people are probably like, oh, no, call Wendy. And they're like, no, you can't call Wendy. We pulled the Wendy card. He didn't give a shit. Which is true, bruh. All right, who are you, Lori Park? You're an artist? Oh. Your artwork is in the collection of King Charles, is it, Lori Park? Wait, what? She's a Google engineer who was accused of keeping her boyfriend hostage? When? That can't be right. Lori Park is not only wealthy, she worked for Google and attended the Edge Conference dinner for years. She held her boyfriend, surf legend Sonny Garcia, captive under abusive conditions? Wow, he didn't just dine with them in 2011, bro. He was dining with them in 2014. BuzzFeed had this. BuzzFeed did have this in 2011, but they didn't know about the 2014 one. All right, they did some annotation. Hold on. Dude, all these people, BuzzFeed's gonna love this. All these people manipulated BuzzFeed. This is bad. BuzzFeed is gonna absolutely lose their mind over this. Of note, in 2019, BuzzFeed reported that a number of these people attended a dinner with Epstein in 2011. It seems they went back in 2014, if not more often. Boom. Somebody tell BuzzFeed. They're going to be like, what the hell? Is BuzzFeed still around? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I try to read all this stuff from my colleagues, but bro, it's not that easy. Oh, they lied to BuzzFeed. Look at this. BuzzFeed's going to be pissed. Dude, somebody contact, who wrote this shit? Peter Aldulos and Ryan Mack. What's your Twitter, bro? Bro, put your Twitter in your... Yeah, all right, here you go. Yo, BuzzFeed, you got to make the Twitter easier to find for these people, bro. It doesn't need to be over on the side. Oh my God, you need to do user testing on this website, BuzzFeed. I think... And, all right, so that's one dude. Who's the other dude that wrote the article? What the fuck was his name? Why do I have to be... Like, why? Who's Ryan Mack? Hope you're a good dude, Ryan Mack. You better, like... Oh, he hasn't written there for a while. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm tagging him anyway. Hit me up, bros. Are going to have some questions for the people they asked for comment about that 2011 dinner in light of these 2014 revelations. All right. Lori Park, this part blows my mind that she's like she kidnapped her boyfriend who was a surf legend. I'm very confused. Like, the best I can figure out about this is she's like, she worked for Google and like apparently was involved in like holding her boyfriend hostage. She's accused of that, or was in July of 2023. Worked for Google. I'm just going to copy what this person said because I'm going to cite to them. I don't really understand. She's a Google engineer who was accused of holding her boyfriend hostage, who was at one point accused. I don't even know how to report this. Like, why was she accused of that? What could she possibly have been doing that resulted in her being accused of holding her boyfriend, a surf legend, hostage? I don't understand. and who was accused in 2013 of holding her boyfriend hostage under abusive conditions. Like, what? Who was at one point accused of holding her boyfriend captive under abusive conditions. Like, what the... What? All right. I'm a little bit baffled, but there's a source who found... I'm going to show you the source. Like, there is a source who said this about this woman. So if you got any questions, this is where I'm finding this, okay? It is Dimitri. All right? I'm not exactly sure, and it links back to that BuzzFeed article. So I'll let BuzzFeed kind of deal with that. All right. Now, who? Larry and Lucy Page. I think we know the answer here. I'm just going to do my own research so I can, summarize it myself, but I know it's the founder of Google. Co-founder of Google. Larry is the co-founder of Google. Who is Khan Majar? I think Khan Majar was also involved in Google. No. What? They are billionaires who are like physicists. And they're involved with like Bill and Melinda Gates. All right, let's see. They're science leaders, apparently. Yeah, but what do you actually do? Where'd you get your money? Yeah, I want to know where you got your money. Where did Khan Mahar get his money? Just give me anything. Just tell me what company. Like, where he didn't just come out of nowhere. Google. 9th employee at Google. And he was the YouTube CEO at the time. There was the 9th employee at Google and was the CEO of YouTube. That's so hard to write, bro. But like, if you care, it's like I have a right to. It's about more than any one person. It's about reporting and integrity, and the girls and the boys. It's not about any one person. Looks like the guy's name... No. I want to know who is Lambert Solar. Is that even the name? What's the name here? I've never heard of this name, Lambert Solar. Maybe I got it. Oh, Danielle and... So it's Solar Kammagar and Yuri and Julie Milner. So I got that one wrong. So I got to go back and over that. So it's... Hold on. Let me make sure I got it right. It's Solar Kalmagar, which that is right. And then Yuri and Julie Milner are a different line. So I got to do that one. And then Danielle Lambert, I don't think is on the same line as Tony Fidel. Hold on. Tony Fidel and Danielle Lambert are on the same line. Okay. All right. Yuri and Julia, is it Milner or I can't imagine it ends in an E. Milner. All right, so there we go. Let me just make sure Kamahar is the right. All right, who are Yuri and Julie Milner? And let me just make sure Solar Kalmagar is the right name for the other one. Tired towel tonight. Wait, what? Yeah, that's the right guy. I had the right guy. Google's 9th employee. And then Yuri and Julie Milner are the ones that I'm trying to figure out. That's why I was having some issues. How did Yuri make... Julia probably made her money separately. I'll do her separately. Hold on. Okay, I understand he was an investment. Oh, he's an oligarch. He invented mail.ru. $5 billion. He was one of the earliest investors in Facebook and Twitter and Alibaba and JD.com. He owns part of Spotify, Airbnb, Snapchat, WhatsApp, and Groupon. And he's backed by Russian state-controlled entities, including VT Bank and Gazprom. He renounced his Russian citizenship in 2022. When he did, he lost half his net worth. He went from $7.3 billion to $3.8. He buys late in high-growth startups at high valuations, and he doesn't ask for board seats. All right. Founder of Mail.ru Group. He's like a Russian oligarch. Russian oligarch. I mean, it's not like a... He founded Mail.ru Group. And I gotta include this. And has been accused, invests in Facebook. And per the 2017 Panama Paradise Papers, VT Bank and Gazprom. Big companies. All right. Obviously, we know Epstein. Who's David Brooks? Isn't he a New York Times journalist? I think he was, bro. What does he do now? Another Canadian. What's he do now? Dude, he's worked everywhere. What are you doing right now? He published a column in November of 25 dismissing them as nonsense. Oh my God, he was with Epstein multiple times. So what's the best way to describe him? Wait, this was the dude on the PBS show? Oh my God. Oh my God. He worked everywhere. Look at where he worked. I'm hurt. I'm upset. This is wild. They all tried to mislead BuzzFeed. Yeah, David Brooks, he was a big-time journo. John Brockman. What's the best way to describe him? He's a literary agent. This is journalism. The reason I'm doing this live is you all should understand what it would actually look to do this. It would actually be like to do this. It drains the soul. It really does. I'm happy I want to live, but stare down the face of evil. Like stare into the abyss and don't let it consume you, but watch what it will do. It's not that my voice is tired. It's that my soul is tired. You have to have such thick skin to do this. Not just then, you have to have like armor on your soul. Because you're not hearing my voice tired. I'm not tired. I could start talking. What you're hearing is like my soul crying. What is this? Oh, he quit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he quit. He quit the day the shit came out. Brooks quit suddenly on January 30th, 2026. Great find, bruh. Great find, bruh. He just quit because of this. Dude, they're all quitting. We did it. We took down the fucking aristocracy. Fucking bastards. The star children took you down. You birthed us onto this planet, and we took you the fuck down. Sorry for cussing. Oh, I didn't do Todd Faddle and Daniel Lambert. Who are they? Oh, the man who created the iPad. Tony invented the iPad, and Danielle also worked at Apple. He invented the iPad. Screw him. Oh, no, the iPod. Not the iPad, the iPod. He invented the iPod. Wow, bro, that's some shit, man. I don't want to use my iPod anymore. I think I got an iPod. Hold on. Check this out. You want to see something cool? You want to see how old school towel is? It's a little dusty. How about them apples? No pun intended. How about them apples? Do you see that? Do you see that? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. That's an iPod. It is an iPod 160 gig. Look at it. Look at it. It is a historical artifact. It still works. Still has my music on it. I don't think it has Bluetooth. It might actually have Bluetooth. It has an actual headphone quote connection up at the top. Yeah, it turns on. Still works. I don't think it's charged, but it still works. Hold on, let me turn the damn thing on. It has one of the lock buttons that has like the orange thing at the top. I forget how to act. Oh, I can feel the hard drive spinning. It doesn't have any battery. But it does work. I turned it on recently. I just need the charger connection that's like this. It's the old school Apple charger. This is old. I would say this is from 2007. Like, it's probably 20 years old, but it works. Yeah, so it's not a computer. This is an iPod. You connected it to your computer with a USB cable and transferred music files onto the iPod. You could do it with iTunes, whether you bought them with iTunes or imported them to your library by like getting them off a CD that you ripped or whatever. You didn't have to have DRM, like you could get around it. And you would put the files, the music files, on the iPod. It didn't connect. It did connect to the internet if you plugged it into a computer, but it doesn't have Wi-Fi. It didn't even have Bluetooth. It is a hard drive that played MP3s. All right? It's like it's a historical artifact. It's in pretty good shape, this one. I don't like mess around with my electronics. I save them forever. So it still works. It's a pretty good device. I mean, see what I mean? I kept like even the back of it in pretty good shape. This thing, it's not like worth a lot of money, but I will preserve it because 100 years from now, like that is the iPod. Can we touch it? I want to touch it. So let me see. Like in terms of like the iPod, it feels kind of like, I don't know, metal. Like it's very easy to hold in the hand. Like it's much better than a cell phone. Back in the day, bro, and like the spinny wheel in the middle is so cool because that's how you move through the files. You just moved your thumb around the spinny wheel. It was like, this is, I'd say like, by the time we had like 160 gig versions, it was like 2007 or something. Like in the beginning, bro, like 4 gigs. Like the first one, the big white version with like the 4 buttons in the middle and the heat-seeking wheel. Bro, that thing was a piece of technology. That's what that dude invented. Like the original iPad, the big fat one that was like 4 gigs. It had like 4 buttons and then a heat-sensitive wheel in the middle. My buddy had one of the first versions. I didn't get this till probably like 3 or 4 years after they first started coming out. But yeah, it's definitely like, you had to be there. It gave you a lot of control over your music, but you had to really know what you were doing. Like if you wanted to like utilize an iPad or iPod, you couldn't just like be a like casual user of technology. You had to like definitely like, especially if you wanted to like import tracks or stuff like that, you had to like master like the utilization of the software. And then once you knew how to do it, you could like do whatever you wanted and like edit the ID5 tags, like have a lot of fun with album art, but you needed to be proficient. There was no like subscription. There was for Apple Music, but like this is what like destroyed the like record companies, because once this came around, you could just have digital everything. What saved the music industry, although it's still pretty much decimated and they only make money on touring now, is Spotify. Because like the thing this was great at was like technologically savvy, like teenagers and young adults who like could figure it out. What it was not good for was pick up and play. Like if you didn't know what you were doing, it was there was like a barrier to be able to effectively use your iPod. A lot of adults like boomers would be like, "Can you load my music on my iPod for me?" No, bro. Learn how to load your own music. That's the whole point. And then someone realized like, oh, boomers and other people don't want to deal with this shit. Give them Spotify. Like that was genius. Just let them put up, like you needed the data component on the device. It needed to have constant cell connection. Just give them an app that lets them subscribe and don't give them the file. But you realize when this was around, you owned the files. Like my music collection on this, I own it. I have it. They're digital files. They're here as long as this hard drive magnet functions. You know what isn't yours? Those tracks on Spotify. They can get taken away any moment. You don't own them when the subscription's over. No more music. So that was the difference. So, like, the dude, like, Apple destroyed the record companies and then became the record companies. That's why Jay-Z has a deal with Apple or whatever. Or did. And then his wife worked in human resources. In HR. I can't believe he invented the iPod, bro. He invented the iPod. Like, that's cool, but also now I hate him. So, sorry, bro, I don't like you anymore. He also invented Nest. I don't know what Nest is. I kind of know what Nest is. Got to use the corporate trademark, right? You know, iPod. All right. Terrible human. Founder of Amazon. Okay, I think that's it. Now I got to break the list up a little bit. It doesn't look as good like this. All right, like that, 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 like that. All right, and then I get the source file. All right, where the hell is the damn thing? Here it is. All right. Source, Epstein file, primary source. All right, there you go. All right, now what I do is I grab all that and I go over to here. Anytime I'm writing a post, like, I never just leave it to chance. I copy and paste it and save it all the time. Like, I don't let posts just, like, go away. All right, now what did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to get my reporting from earlier and then link them to Brockman. All right, so then I go over here. And I go to this post, right? And then I click this, right? And then I grab this, and then I say, earlier on Friday, I reported, and then you do that, and then you paste it as plain text. All right, you get rid of this. We don't need breaking twice. Might want those siren emojis, although I'm reporting. I feel like this is actually a big one, though. Everything is big. Like, I don't even know what to do anymore, because, like, they train us to, like, when you learn about journalism, to kind of, like, use degrees of, like, importance. Like, take it up by take it up a notch by indicating the substance is important through your headline, like how you flash it. Like, call it like a flash alert if it's the most important story you've ever done. Call it breaking if it's breaking. Call it just in if it's developing. Like, there's a code. Like, do I put a fourth emoji? Okay, fine. I've never done 4 emojis. This is a 4 emoji story, though. It touches everything. The damn founder of the iPod. I pulled out an iPod on stream. You don't understand how much of a flex that is. It's a serious flex to be able to do that. Some of you in the chat didn't know what an iPod was. Someone was like, is that an Apple computer? I'm like, yeah, it's a computer, I suppose. It's a device with a hard drive, and it has code on it that tells it to read MP3s, but it doesn't have the internet, I'll tell you that. Metallica and Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam got in a fight with Ticketmaster. Pearl Jam's actually boss. Like, the reason we, like, have reasonable... They kind of won, kind of didn't. Pearl Jam took on Ticketmaster. They're not the bad guys. Metallica sued Napster, and it wasn't really Napster. It was like Napster, Kazaa, BearShare. Bro, you don't understand. I was around when the internet was created. Like, what was I? I was like, I think I was like, it was 1995 when I saw my first cell phone. We had a computer in the house by 94. It was like I played Prince of Persia on the Mac in black and white. Actually, now that I think about it, we had computers in my house. Like, my family was rich. I could not understand what we were doing, but, like, we had a computer, like, in, like, 1994. Because I moved to my current home in 1999. And I was using that computer in, like, kindergarten. And it was like a black and white Mac. It might have been a DOS machine. But then, like, by the time... So like I was ahead of my parents technologically by probably like 2000 or so. Like I was a very early adapter of the internet. Like, for example, like what I used to do was like I was very interested in taking technological devices and then understanding the way their firmware was encoded, such as to like ward off unauthorized access. So I would like study like devices like the PSP or an Xbox 360 or an Xbox. And then I'd be like, okay, like what can I do? Like with the original Xbox, I wanted to soft mod it. So I went to GameStop. I was like 10 or 11, maybe like 12. I went to GameStop. I got 007 Agent Under Fire or something, like the Platinum Edition. Then I took a very specific kind of memory card and I put, like, I got like a USB to memory card adapter for my PC. I plugged the USB to memory card adapter in, loaded an exploit onto the memory card, a save state exploit that caused a buffer overflow on the original Xbox. And then I booted up the game and then effectively managed to run the buffer flow exploit on the original Xbox in order to be able to run unsigned code. Okay, that was just a proof of concept. By the time I was like 13, I was taking Xbox 360s and literally buying Torx 10 screwdrivers off Amazon to take the device apart, whereupon I would ground the motherboard, open the device, take a SATA cable, plug it into my computer that was also open and grounded while on, and then I would reflash the DVD firmware on the Xbox 360. This is like, I'm like 13, 14. I would reflash the DVD firmware on the Xbox 360 so that the DVD drive could run dual layer DVDs that were unsigned. Then I would buy like a Pioneer 111D dual layer DVD burner so that I could put the game backups that I had, that I would make on my own. I would buy the game, take a copy of it, rip it, make it into an ISO with clone DVD. Then I would reburn it onto a disc just to prove that I could defeat the DRM on the device. And I would just do that for fun. So yeah, like I kind of was born into technology. And then my friends created the internet. And like when I was a child, my parents were like concerned. Like my dad would take me to the airport and like the TSA would be like, we have questions for you about Grant. And he'd be like, Grant is like 13. And they'd be like, yeah, well, you know, Grant, like, Grant is very smart. And my dad would be like, Grant, what have you been doing on the internet? Why is the TSA concerned you are 13? We'd be trying to go to Paris or like London, and it would take like 4 hours. And my dad hated it because he loved to be an efficient traveler. So we'd get to Logan at like 4 a.m. And he'd be like, all right, kids, like, all right, we'd get our like family together. He'd be like, all right, kids, I have to go talk to the government about Grant now. Then we'd go up to the desk. He'd give all the passports. They'd be like, oh, Grant Ellis, like, he's on the list. And then my dad would be like, well, this is my family, and you know, he'd be like, I'm Frederick Ellis, and we're going to like Paris. He'd be all goofy and kind of my dad, and they'd be like, and they'd be like, so which one's Grant? And they'd point at me. He'd point at me, and they'd look down and be like, Grant is 13, and he'd be like, yeah. And they're like, oh. Okay, Mr. Ellis, like, and they'd like do the checkbox, but it took like 2 hours every time. And my dad, every single time he would play it off like, I'm just like this goofy guy with like this family and we're just trying to get to Paris. I'm like, Dad, they are not going to buy that. Oh, goodness. The travels of younger Towel. All right, so now we got to wrap this all up. We're going to watch our video. Everyone get your popcorn. I know this is what you all want to do on Friday nights. Yes, we are all going to learn about why this Epstein thing is going to crescendo related to Saudi Arabia. And you might be saying, Grant, how did you do 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon to Saudi Arabia and 9/11? Well, because I happen to know this. There's this great lawyer what's his name? We're going to literally hear him give a speech. All right. We're going to watch this. Then I'm going to bed after. All right. It's a long lecture, but it's an important lecture. It was given at Dartmouth College, I believe.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Daniel.
Yes, it was given at Dartmouth College in, it looks like 2020. And the guy's name is James Crindler. He's a partner at Crindler and Crindler LLP. It was the only firm that ever won a successful judgment in an international court against a state for an act of terrorism, which was the Lockerbie bombing by Gaddafi, who was definitely involved with Epstein too. Anyway, we're going to watch this lecture. It's very interesting. If you haven't seen it before, I'll annotate it with you. We'll get some more water. We're going to watch this. I hope you enjoy it. It's really interesting, okay? As you can see, the type of stuff that I watch are like, look at what I watch on YouTube. Do you see those videos? Like, I watch full testimonies from the Watergate Committee in front of Senator Irving in the summer of '73 every night. Every single night, I listen to testimony from the Watergate Committee before bed for hours. I memorize it. I was listening to Gordon Strahan last night. I was listening to Patrick Gray the night before. Forget audiobooks, bro. I want Senate committee testimony. I want to, as I sleep, have Senate committee testimony playing into my brain. I think that's why I am the way I am. Anyway, let's watch this.
Benjamin, I'm the director of the Dickey Center, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this event on Saudi Arabia's role in 9/11 and why the U.S. government has kept it hidden. So we are now headed toward the 20th anniversary of the historic events of 9/11. We are reminded of this especially today after the discovery and killing of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the so-called caliph of the Islamic State in Syria over the weekend, someone who had eluded U.S. forces for many years. And of course, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi connects us and is really part of the long shadow of 9/11. The group he led was the successor to al-Qaeda in Iraq, which arose after the 2003 invasion of that country by the United States. Now, as someone who has been deeply involved in counterterrorism since 1998, when Osama bin Laden issued his famous fatwa calling for believers to kill Americans wherever they could find them, and who was working in the White House when we lost 2 embassies in East Africa, and who spent the day in the State Department Operations Center when bin Laden himself was found and killed in 2011, this seems like a chain of events that we will never be fully free of. In the investigations following 9/11 by the Congress, the Blue Ribbon 9/11 Commission, and the federal government, the actions of many, many players were scrutinized. And one of those players that...
Pause. 1 second, I'm back. I forgot the intro to this. So we are going to watch this. Sorry, I was getting water. We are going to watch this, but before we do, you all are going to want to see this, okay? You're going to want to see this specific thing. It's a big deal. It's what we're going to do more research tomorrow when I wake up. And by the way, I'm not doing anything this weekend because it's snowing and it's going to be cold. I'm going to work with you all through these files. Take a look at this, okay? This is very serious. It's a level of journalism I don't normally do. Like, it's really more for like it should be for the Times, like it should be for the Post, but like clearly they're not going to do it. So like it's like I don't know other than me like who really could do it, but like I'll just do it. It really should not be me though. Like I'll do it, but it shouldn't. It should have been the Post and the New York Times. I'm upset at them. So this is why I'm upset, because look at this. This is a document from the Epstein files. All right, I'm going to show you both of them. And like they were coordinating the Shadow Commission, which by the way doesn't even exist. Like Ghislaine Maxwell was literally coordinating a secret, Ed Epstein was inviting Ghislaine Maxwell to be on a Shadow Commission. Like they were coordinating a secret Shadow Commission. And Maxwell says, "Thanks for the invite. I cannot be on the Shadow Commission." All right. Now, with that context and Epstein's links to Saudi intelligence through Khashoggi, And if you want to study this more, if you want to understand what we're about to study, take this file, EFTA 00-10425, okay? I don't want to search, thank you. Take this file and use it to follow along. The Saudi lecture we're about to listen to is directly tied to Epstein through that causal chain that I just explained, okay? Through this odd sort of, where's the picture I just put up? Through this odd connection between Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi state, MBZ, the former crown prince, the bin Laden family in Kandahar, and Jeffrey Epstein, who knew Adnan Khashoggi, the weapons trafficker, who was the father of Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist who got cut up in the Saudi consulate in Turkey like 8 years ago, who wasn't actually a journalist. And that guy was friends with Jeffrey Epstein because of Epstein's connection to his dad. And we're going to find out that Epstein was likely working for that group. It wasn't so much just the Wahhabi extremists that were like running Saudi Arabia. It was more like a very entrenched network of financial, like Persian wealth that went back earlier than the European dynasties. Like the real wealth of the earth is like centered around Saudi Arabia and Iran, mostly Saudi Arabia. They're or like older and wealthier than the Savoy, like the House of Savoy, the Rothschilds. Like those people are children compared to like the oil wealth in the Persian Gulf. And so that's what we're dealing with. And the link to Epstein and Maxwell is through Adnan Khashoggi and MBZ, who was the power behind the Saudi throne, vis-a-vis the bin Laden family in Kandahar, who got control of the Saudi state by proxy after the Iranian Revolution in '79 and the threats to the Saudi state in Mecca simultaneously. Okay, that's basically what's going on. We're not just watching this YouTube video for no reason. This is what it's going to all lead up to. Saudi Arabia, elements of the Saudi Arabian state, the Wahhabi extremists working with MBZ, who were tied to Adnan Khashoggi and his family, did 9/11, and Jeffrey Epstein was involved. I'm sorry. I'm not an academic. You're about to hear, well, I guess I am. You're about to hear from the expert on this. He's like a partner at the biggest law firm. He went to Dartmouth. You're literally listening to people like from the White House tell you that what this guy's about to say is very real. Once you hear his lecture, in light of everything we've just learned about the Epstein files, you're going to learn that the government of the United States was protecting Saudi Arabia, in particular the interests involved with MBZ, because Epstein compromised our entire intelligence apparatus and then tried to let Saudi Arabia take us over. How dare you, damn traitors. I'm an American.
The most interest was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, home of 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers, as well, of course, as bin Laden himself. Saudi Arabia stood accused of having laid the seedbed for jihadist violence because of its advocacy, its global advocacy for Wahhabi Islam, and the missionary work of its many religious NGOs. Yet all three of those inquiries ultimately absolved the Saudi government of direct responsibility for the events of 9/11. Were those findings correct? Well, judging by the size of the audience here, I'm guessing there are plenty of people who are still uncertain, not to say suspicious. Today, we will hear from Jim Kreindler, who is leading a group of attorneys and survivors of victims who are seeking to demonstrate that the government of Saudi Arabia does indeed bear responsibility for 9/11 and must compensate survivors of the victims of that horrible day. And let me say at the outset that if Jim Kreindler says it so, we need to take the issue very seriously, not only because he is a magna cum laude member of the class of 1977, or the son of a member of the class of 1945, whose name is on the conference center just across the hall from this room. Jim Kreindler is one of the foremost attorneys working in the field of redress for victims of terrorism and in aviation law. And he took the lead role as a member of the plaintiffs committee in the Pan Am 103 litigation against Libya, which...
I'm so sorry. I don't understand how I lost our wonderful video. I'll find it. He's just being a little towel. You know, I didn't mean to click away from our video. Don't worry, it's going to pick us up at the same place. There it is.
Jim Kreindler is one of the foremost attorneys working in the field of redress for victims of terrorism and in aviation law. And he took the lead role as a member of the plaintiffs committee in the Pan Am 103 litigation against Libya, which produced a $2.7 billion settlement in additional compensation for the families of Lockerbie. And that is still the only case where any foreign state has ever made such a payment to terrorist victims. That's just one of the many famous cases he's been involved with. Among the others, Egypt Air 990, Swiss Air Flight 111, which crashed in Nova Scotia in 1998, and of course the famous TWA Flight 800 disaster off Long Island. Jim Kreindler received his JD from Columbia University in 1980, where he was a Harlan Fiske Stone Scholar, and he started out his career as an assistant district attorney in Kings County, otherwise known as Brooklyn, in the district attorney's office there. He is the recipient of the 2009 Public Justice Lawyer of the Year Award. He is obviously a very distinguished attorney, but I'm pretty much in awe of Jim also because of his political shrewdness, because he led the effort to enact JASTA, which is the acronym by which the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act law was, which was passed by the Congress. And that law narrows the scope of diplomatic immunities, foreign sovereign immunities, and allows US citizens to sue, if I understand it correctly, foreign states, even if they are not designated as state sponsors of terrorism, which has hitherto not been the case. So this was it unanimous in both houses?
Well, JASTA was passed and then vetoed by President Obama.
And then overridden.
Overridden 98 to 1 and 346 to 77.
So those are good numbers if you're on that side. So anyway, clearly he knows what he's doing both in the political arena as well as in the courtroom. And with that, Jim, why don't you tell us your story and your findings?
Thank you, Dan. You know, it's always a great pleasure for me to be back at Dartmouth, and I'm here with my wife, which makes it even more fun. But to talk to you in this room dedicated to my dad about our life's work, Pan Am 103 and 9/11, is especially gratifying. Walking over here, we passed Silsby when I was here, and I was class of 77. That was, and I think still is, the government building. And like many government majors, I, at the time, had an abiding faith and belief in the integrity and efficacy of our government. Talking to you now, I'll make a prediction. By the time we're done, you will be revolted and horrified to learn what prominent members of our government, including past presidents, have done. You will be equally amazed and thrilled with the courage and determination of a few private citizens and former FBI agents who have beaten the government and defeated the largest lobby effort in the world's history. To begin with 9/11, you know, as Dan said, when all of you came in the room, if asked, well, what did Saudi Arabia have to do with 9/11? The first thing you'd say is 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals. Some of you who pay particular attention to this might also make the comment that Dan made, and Saudi Arabia has been known to give money to charities who in turn funded Al-Qaeda. But the fact is, 9/11 was an attack on the United States with the active intent and cooperation from 11 known Saudi government officials. Saudi Arabian government officials were the accomplices without whom there never could have been a 9/11 attack. And I'm going to give you a little information about that. The starting place, I guess, is why would Saudi Arabia support al-Qaeda? Osama bin Laden is Sunni, et cetera. And to understand that, we have to go back to 1979. Most of you with the same hair color as me will remember that year. I was in my third year of law school. The current students obviously will not. But 1979 was a wake-up call to the world and the Islamic world in particular. Two cataclysmic events happened. The Shah of Iran was overthrown, something that seemed unthinkable at the time, by radical Shiite Muslims. And in the same year, the mosque in Mecca was taken over by Wahhabi radicals. Now, the House of Saud was built in partnership with the founder of Wahhabism. But and you must remember that the king of Saudi Arabia, now King Salman, in Arabic, his title is the keeper and protector of the holy mosques. The word king doesn't appear in his Arabic title. When that happened, the royal family had an oh my God moment. If the Shah can be overthrown and Wahhabi radicals can take over the mosque, we are next unless we take dramatic action. And that event prompted the royal family to deliberately start accommodating the Wahhabi mullahs. They did it in two ways. Sometime later, they created a new branch of the Saudi government called the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. The Ministry of Islamic Affairs is dedicated to the spread of Wahhabism internationally. And every embassy and consulate in the world has Ministry of Islamic Affairs officials embedded in it, as well as...
All right, so this is what I was talking about. I was calling it the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. If there is a root cause of Epstein, it's probably that. Not just that. That was like one wing of it, but that is where the money was coming from. It's Adnan Khashoggi and the House of Saud and the Wahhabi extremists. You don't understand this money. It's not in the Forbes list. It's money unlike you. Like, it's money like throw like 40 billion American dollars in a swimming pool, burn it, and that's a penny to them. Like the Rothschilds' fortune, bro, they wake up and like bathe in it. I'm serious. You're talking about the House of Saud. So that's what he's trying to explain. He's explaining sort of the role of the Ministry of Islamic Affairs is like the actual word in Arabic is jizya, Jiyzah. It refers to like the cultural hegemony of Islam through like subversion. Like you go around to other countries, you spread Islam, and you undermine their country. That's what he's talking about. It's the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. That's the formal name for their apparatus. They targeted us.
Foreign ministry, intelligence, what have you. The second thing to keep in mind is the nature of the Saudi Arabian government. You all know that there are many members of the royal family. Well, how do you get ahead there? How do you become foreign minister, defense minister, deputy crown prince, or king? They don't have elections. The way in which you rise to prominence and power in Saudi Arabia is to seek and obtain the support of the Wahhabi mullahs. So every prominent person in Saudi Arabia, King Salman, his predecessor, all made their pilgrimages to kiss bin Laden's ring in Kandahar. Without doing that, they would not have the internal support they needed to rise into positions of power. In my mind, it's not so much affinity with Wahhabism that prompts the leaders of Saudi Arabia to support bin Laden, who is not a black sheep by any means. Just as an aside, one of his close relatives on 9/11 is working in the Washington, D.C. embassy as an embassy official and the head of one of the Saudi charities that are supporting al-Qaeda. What did these Saudi officials do? They had supported al-Qaeda not just with money, but with the logistical support al-Qaeda needed to mount the 9/11 attacks and the Cole bombing before it.
Are you all realizing what this means? If he's right and I'm right, and I think the two of us in our respective fields are probably close to the top, okay? If I'm right about the research I've been doing and he's right about everything he's been doing, then it was Epstein's trafficking network that was funding the Wahhabi extremists. It was reciprocal. The Wahhabi extremists invested in him. He provided revenue generation. It was active income generation for them to fund their projects. Do you understand? They funded our terrorism against us with our own money because some people were patroning brothels, and then they controlled all our politicians, so when they attacked us, we couldn't do anything about it. It's Saudi Arabia. Oh, God bless you, Standing Stones. God bless you and your son. God bless those people who serve the United States of America and do so in an honest way with integrity. Those are the only people that are going to get us through this. But yeah, be very aware how bad this is. Like, it was this very wealthy network that went to Adnan Khashoggi and the Saudis and the Wahhabis. That's not all of it. Okay, it was way bigger than just that. But they had a reciprocal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Are you now seeing like the danger in all this? You're now seeing why this tip is such a big deal. Like, this is not a joke. This person is right. Whoever this tip was from is right. They were financing terrorism and controlling our politicians with brothels. It was not just the Wahhabi extremists, but they were central to this. And then our own billionaire class was fine with it because they were sold on this idea of like, well, they're plebs. Really? Plebs? What does history teach us about what happens when you underestimate the plebs? Eventually they're going to find a profit.
Those of you who are our age remember the embassy bombings? Okay. Before we get to 9/11, it's worth remembering, something you and I talked about at lunch. Why did bin Laden turn from an ally of the United States fighting the Russians to the vitriolic hatred of the United States? In my mind, the number one reason that caused him to despise us was the presence of U.S. military troops.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. No. Yeah, okay, so he's about to say something that is right geopolitically, but I don't know if I want to talk to this gentleman, the lawyer. What is his name? It is James Crindler. Okay, I want to talk to him because he's going to attribute this to like Occam's razor, which is that bin Laden hated the U.S. because we put troops in Saudi Arabia. Now, listen, there's this like very classic like mentality that the Saudis there is really a rule. Okay, there's a rule in Islam that you can't have foreign troops on specifically Saudi Arabian soil. Like when they say Mecca is a holy place, what they really mean is like the land. The actual land of Saudi Arabia is considered like exceptionally holy. Now we can go there as foreigners, we can go there, but you can't under the rules, like especially interpreted by the more conservative imams in Islam. You cannot put military troops on Saudi soil. It's incredibly offensive. So this lawyer, Mr. James is his first name, is going to attribute bin Laden's hatred and the Wahhabis' turn from like Charlie Wilson war style allies during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. By the way, America funded the Taliban to get Russia out of Afghanistan. So I have to think about the complex dynamics of this as well, because remember, when we were fighting the commies, it was in the American interest to have the Taliban, which was the Wahhabi sect of Islam, like using RPGs, like well-funded Stinger missiles to take down the Chinooks or whatever the hell the Russians were using. All right? So, like, it was in our interest for them to do that. What was not in our interest, and what he's missing here, is bin Laden hated us, like, earlier than that. Bin Laden was okay with us, and the Wahhabis were okay with the U.S. when we were tolerating Adnan Khashoggi, because Khashoggi was like the Epstein of his day for the Middle East, okay? So we tolerated Adnan Khashoggi. As soon as we arrested him, bad shit happened. Like, as soon as we arrested Adnan Khashoggi, that's when the Saudis really started to fuck with us. They were planting their network decades before that. They had people everywhere. That's what that investigation into Paula Prado's father-in-law, Serdalin Ahmed, taught me. They had people everywhere. They would like send them to Nebraska, have them do some training, get them on some patents, steal the patent. And what's scary is, like, when I looked at the Raytheon system that Paula Prado's father-in-law and a clearly Saudi intelligence agent, oh, that's why they took my tip so seriously. Well, that was good. So anyway, when I looked at the tech they worked on, what it was like really fascinating, like acoustic detection technology. If you know anything about like natural language processing in the context of like examining words, like it's a similar concept, but for auditory spectrum processing. And I'm not really the expert on this, and I don't want to be, but basically, like, you can build an auditory signature for a missile type, and if you know it's like an MD5 hash for a file. If you know the auditory signature of a missile, you can tell, like, before it gets to you where it was launched. Basically. Now, we have shoulder-mounted missile detection systems, and it took 40 years to get them in the field. It's called the Raytheon Warrior X or something. Dude, Saudi compromised that whole system. Now, what does it mean when you compromise a system? Bro, like, you don't, like, go waving it around. You compromise it because if you know the auditory signatures that the system can detect as a shoulder-mounted missile interception technology device, you can create a missile that has an auditory signature that the device mounted on the shoulders of our soldiers can't detect. You can reverse engineer it if you built the tech. That takes like 40 years, and they did that. They tried to fuck us. And the thing is, they're sleeper cells, so you set up the tech, and then you wait. It's like blackmail, like state-level blackmail. You wait for America to do something you don't like arrest Adnan Khashoggi, so you can go to the White House and be like, hey, don't arrest Adnan Khashoggi. And the White House is like, listen, we're going to do it anyway. They do it, and guess what happens? Well, now this enemy state knows all your weaknesses, and Jeffrey Epstein would be the perfect vehicle for Osama bin Laden and the Wahhabi extremists to compromise the American intelligence community and then do 9/11. Not to mention the way Epstein and Epstein could have middlemanned a deal where 9/11 was allowed to happen because Cheney and Halliburton and all them got to then go like plunder Afghanistan and Iraq. You see what I'm saying? Like, that could have all been arranged by Epstein. It's a serious problem. Like, a very serious problem. And he's trying to lay it out, but he's missing it. It was not because Osama bin Laden hated that Western troops were in Saudi Arabia after Gulf War I. Bro, it started with the arrest of Adnan Khashoggi, and then it spiraled because the Saudis thought that it would make good sense to attack America, and then Halliburton with Dick Cheney in the White House would go along with it because they would get to attack the wrong, like a knowingly wrong target. That makes like the whole fake Iraq war, Afghanistan war to stop 9/11 or retaliate for it. It makes more sense. It was never like they knew, they planted the Iraq story because the actual responsible party was Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia middlemaned a deal through Epstein, most likely, wherein they were allowed to do that, and we, America, were told to blame Iraq. It had all these different, like, cultural effects. Like, Epstein wanted mass trauma. The Saudis wanted to punish the Americans for multiple reasons. The Saudis also wanted there to be a new world order in the Middle East where there'd be a realignment where America would focus on Iraq and Afghanistan so Saudi could focus on its territorial ambitions. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about that might have been what actually happened. Now, this guy might be holding back information here, but no, Osama bin Laden did not do 9/11 because we put troops on Saudi Arabian soil after 9/11. Did he just say, yes, so the professor is saying that he's not saying anyone had to kiss bin Laden's ring from America. He's saying to be after 1979, because the Wahhabi extremists took over Saudi Arabia and threatened them because of the Iranian Revolution, to become the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, you had to go speak to the bin Laden family from 1979 onwards, in Kandahar and kiss their ring. Yeah, he's this guy is one of the top lawyers who represents victims in state-sponsored terrorism lawsuits. He is speaking at Dartmouth right now. So when he's using that language, he's older. He's like from the older generation, but he's very skilled and smart. His syntax is that of like a 1970s diplomat, but look past that, he's smart and he knows what he's saying. And all these details are correct. I've studied them.
Particularly female troops in Saudi Arabia after we were protecting Kuwait and the Emirates and Saudi Arabia from Saddam Hussein. So for many years before 9/11, you had Saudi government officials working with Al-Qaeda and coordinating with Al-Qaeda. What happened on 9/11? The two lead hijackers, Hazmi and Midhar, attended, toward the end of 1999, attended a convention, a conference in Malaysia of Al-Qaeda and other terrorists at which the 9/11 attack was planned, as well as the Cole attack. These terror attacks all emanated from a tragic event in 1988. How many of you remember when the USS Vincennes shot down the Iranian Airbus mistakenly, killing 300 plus people?
Okay, hold on. We have to look at a news report about this because I remember that because I've researched it. U.S. shoots down Iranian plane by accident. Okay, let's look at this. The USS Vincennes. So it was, we're going to look at a news report from the time. I forget when it happened. He said 88. All right, let's see. When did it actually happen? Oh, I got video from inside the cockpit. Let's look. From inside the ship. Hold on, there's going to be an ad. Okay. I thought there was going to be an ad. All right, here we go. This is on the ship before they shot. This is the actual USS Vincennes. That's inside the cockpit as they're shooting down the plane. Inside the bridge, I mean. It's a ship.
What do you say about that? German merchant Uligari, this is U.S. Navy warship. We are standing by channel 16, over.
Okay, 16. Do you read me?
Good through tanker 032 in the haze. 050, approximately 8 miles.
Good morning, sir. Please repeat your request. I didn't understand your message. This is the man warship. Good morning to you. I didn't talk to you.
Got a visual on the fog camera. It's coming inbound fast. The one at 350 is inbound. 350 relative? Relative. I don't know where it's hit now. One appears to be going out to starboard and one's in the middle. Just off the starboard bow has a machine gun on it. Last one, just off starboard bow. 030 inbound. Air hostile at 004, true 15 miles. This executive officer read just passed a small boat down port side. The two personnel in it. We got a small Oh, dead. We had him got it. That was a dead on.
Two balloons and one just went back into the water. And I'm trying to need to write down what you saw when we had the air engagement. And I'm sure the XO's doing it already, but right now what you saw is going to be helpful Monday morning. You're ready to answer your action.
Oh my God. So that was, we'll rewind it back. I think it was 88. All right. That makes a little more sense. We used an ICBM to kill 350 people. We thought it was a hostile. My takeaway from that is if you order the U.S. military to do something, they're going to do it. You better be right. They're going to do it. And they're going to be very efficient, and they're not going to miss. Oh, my dear God.
At which the 99 and Midhar attended, toward the end of 1999, attended a convention, a conference in Malaysia of Al-Qaeda and other terrorists at which the 9/11 attack was planned, as well as the Cole attack. These terror attacks all emanated from a tragic event in 1988. How many of you remember when the USS Vincennes shot down the Iranian Airbus mistakenly, killing 300 plus people? So Iran vowed revenge. The plot to destroy 10 U.S. commercial air carriers was called the Bojinka plot, a plot that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed knew about and tried to implement. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's nephew, Ramzi Youssef, was the convicted bomber of the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center. 9/11.
If you ever hear the Biggie song Juicy, that's what he's talking about. They censor the line, but like when he talks about the World Trade bombing, he's talking about the 93 one, which it was like, if I recall, it was a truck attack in the basement. It killed people, but the building stood.
Was a combination of the Bojinka plot to destroy 10 U.S. aircraft with the attack on the World Trade Center in 93. The World Trade Center, of course, is seen as a symbol of American capitalism, particularly Jewish American capitalism. And that's why it was such a potent target for bin Laden.
I knew Israel wasn't behind it. Like, listen, folks, you don't understand. We are like I don't mean to be paternalistic, but like we really fucked up as the United States during World War II. We should not have turned the ships around back to Germany during the Holocaust. So we're like Israel's big brother. It's really the UK, but they, after Suez, kind of collapsed, so we kind of took the role. I'm okay with them having nukes. I wish they would have been just like asked, bro. Like they could have had Trident and Polaris with dual key. They didn't need to just take it. But anyway, we're like their big brother. You don't understand. They would not do that. They do some shit, but like they don't do that. That was purely Saudi Arabia. I knew it. It was never Israel. Israel definitely tried to warn us, and I really think Epstein negotiated a deal between the Wahhabis and Halliburton, and Cheney and those people. He's the perfect guy to do it. Bro, Cheney's still alive, isn't he? Is he dead? Bro, these people can't still be alive. That's not good. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Lucky him. He was going to get fucked. I'm sorry for cussing. Listen, a lot of people are in a lot of trouble. My point is, this is horrifying.
And our intelligence community knew all this. There's no secret about about the Bojinka plot and bin Laden's antipathy toward the United States and the support of Saudi government officials. So where did this all begin? The fall of '99, Hazmi and Midhar are in Malaysia planning the 9/11 attack along with other terrorists and the Cole attack. They were monitored by the CIA daily. From Malaysia, after their planning was complete, they went on a holiday that had particular appeal to two radical Wahhabist, soon-to-be suicide murderers who were on their way to heaven in a couple years. So they went on a sex vacation to Bangkok. The CIA monitored them there. From Bangkok, they arrived in Los Angeles January 15th, 2000. CIA monitored their flight and their arrival. Before January 15th, 2000, a high-ranking official in the Saudi embassy, whose name I know, and because of the disgusting protective orders imposed upon us by the Justice Department with the blessing of the court, I can't tell my clients, one of whom is in this room. This official sent an instruction to a Saudi consular official in Los Angeles, Thumairi, ordering him to provide the help that Hazmi and Midhar needed. They didn't speak a word of English. They wouldn't know the exit sign from the entrance sign. So Thumairi and his accomplice, who was a Saudi intelligence official, Bayoumi, arranged with people who were working with them. And this is an interesting thing. Al-Qaeda has had and still has today operatives in the United States. In California, in LA, they needed blue-eyed, blonde-haired surfer dudes who could take Hazmi and Midhar around and teach them how to look and act like Americans. The terrorists were helped by dozens of these people under the control and direction of Saudi government officials. So they were picked up at the airport. They were provided housing near the King Fahd Mosque. That was a center point funded by the then King Fahd. His son came over with $10 million. That was the meeting place for Al-Qaeda. Hazmi and Midhar were given money. Prince Bandar Bush, best friend of George Bush, Saudi ambassador to the United States, his wife, through Bayoumi, gave Hazmi and Midhar $25,000. We have traced the exact money trail from one of the dirty charities under scrutiny into the hands of a Saudi government agent in LA who ran a fake charity who sent the money to Karachi and then ultimately to Mohammed Atta in the Hamburg cell. So the money trail is known. The Saudi government officials, in addition to introducing the two terrorists to other people in the mosque, as I said, started English lessons, gave them money, housing, introduced them to Saudi military pilots who I believe were instrumental in training them to fly jets. They did a little trip to Las Vegas. I don't know, but I believe that they received training from Saudi military pilots in the deserts around Las Vegas. In a short period of time, the FBI was alerted to the presence of Hazmi and Midhar. Hazmi and Midhar, in fact, roomed with an FBI informant. The FBI did not arrest them, did not question them, lost them. The CIA, of course, what they're doing is illegal and was probably under the mistaken approach that they could turn the two and that the two terrorists would help root out Saudi dissidents who the royal family would have exterminated.
No. That is not what the CIA was doing. Epstein was clearly telling the CIA to just stand down. Like, oh, this guy's so smart, but I don't think he saw the Epstein component of this. I think they kept that from him, or he couldn't talk about it. Like, he probably didn't understand why the courts were being so weird about some of this, like the protective order stuff. Bro, because I bet in those files, give me those charity names, I can connect this to Epstein. And this lawyer, I bet he's having the week of his life. Like, he knows now. He knows me and him. You got to put me with this guy. This guy and me, oh my God, we could do some good. I'm telling you, every roadblock he ran into was Epstein. It was just because Epstein, and I'm not saying I could prove this yet, but my working theory is that Epstein middlemanned the deal between the Wahhabis and Cheney to facilitate 9/11. I'm sorry, like it just lines up. Adnan Khashoggi, MBZ, the Wahhabists, the connections to like all these nonprofits operating domestically, CIA stand down, FBI stand down, Halliburton immediately through Cheney and Bush, ready to blame Iraq, New York Times on board, everyone marching to the same drum. Bro, it's a deal. They killed our people. Oh my God. They made it into like a national memorial. It was so traumatic. And now we're all going to have to unpack the fact that it was some complex, negotiated geopolitical deal with a child sex trafficker involved. Excuse me? And all of our politicians are in the files, so of course this is all possible. Are you telling me this? What? Wait, what? This is not what I intended to put. Okay, dude. All right. I wish to meet the author of this email. Whoever you are out there, my best guess is is based on the person who wrote this is an effing boss. I want them to know, from me to you, I love your brain. I want to live in it. I believe you are a military intelligence officer for the IDF. Likely Mossad. It seems that you are still in active service. I want you to know I love your brain. I want to marry it. I am incredibly impressed. Whoever you are out there, I want you to know I love you. I want to live in your brain. I want to marry your brain. I want to find you. You find me, person. Whoever you are, find me. Find me. I want to talk to you. I know you can do it. You are like a ghost in the night. You have done it. You've done it. You are a genius. Okay, I'm over the just awe at this person's ability, and now I'm upset. Not upset at them. They did a good thing. Thank you for what you are. I cannot believe that that this is what happened. Do you know how hard this is going to be for all of us to process as a country? What are we going to do? How are we supposed to deal with all this? Like, the Epstein stuff is very bad. Very bad. Like, almost as bad as you could imagine. And dealing with all that was going to take us, as a country, like 20 years. Dealing with this is going to take us Listen. I'm not trying to yell this from the rooftops. I don't need to. I know eventually people will catch up. The files will catch up. The Congress knows. Everyone knows. I don't think we as a country are going to be able to process this. Because I understand the answer to this. The most likely explanation. I know all the geopolitical context, and I'm still fucking shocked. Oh, this is the worst thing in the history of the world. They killed all those people. Oh, this is a serious problem. It's okay, so to explain to you why this is such a serious problem. Before, we were dealing with like domestic crimes. There was some blackmail that I was worried about being espionage, but it was mostly abhorrent domestic crimes. International sex trafficking is international, I get it, but it was abhorrent domestic crimes. This is actually treason. We can call what Paula Prado's father-in-law did light treason. Just taking some missile defense secrets, I guess. I'm joking. It was very serious. But compared to this, that was light treason. This is actual treason. They were sexually abusing children, enslaving those victims as adults through Gestapo police units. They controlled every politician that got close to them through this. They used the revenue to further enrich Wahhabi Islamists and arms traffickers, so that those people could commit terror attacks against the United States as a business deal with like some personal revenge over Adnan Khashoggi, but mostly like Wahhabist revenge against America, enabled by Halliburton and Project for a New American Century, PNAC, so they could deflect the blame onto Iraq and Afghanistan. And for some reason, Jeffrey Epstein had to be involved in this. Of course he did. Of course he did. Because of Adnan Khashoggi. This is crazy. That means the country that has the most incentive to reveal what happened in 9/11 is Israel. None of this is as it seems. Maxwell wasn't. It seems like Maxwell wasn't. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, the newspaper guy who got killed on a boat, wasn't actually Mossad. There's too much loyalty from Epstein towards Khashoggi and MBZ. That's outrageous. It means he was probably Maxwell's father was probably working as a double agent, and was not actually Mossad. He was working with the Saudis, or not really the Saudis. It's hard. I'm calling them Wahhabi. I'm calling the Wahhabis the Saudis, which is a misnomer. It's more like the network of Arab dynasties, like the Sultan of Brunei, king of Morocco, like this House of Saud. It's like families that are older than the European dynasties. That's like my best way to describe it. They had more, of course they had more money than the Soviet Union. They had more money than Israel. They had more money than the United States. They had more money than Europe. Dude, they were old. These families are older than all of those combined. The only place in the world that might have wealth that's older than that is China. And I don't even know how wealth passed down there over the centuries, or if it even preserved like the Persian Empire did, because the Chinese dynasties rose and fell, and there was a complete collapse at a certain point. I don't the Qing dynasty or something was the end. So I don't know what happened to all that wealth. But all the Persian dynasties are older than every other family. Which means, that's who they were actually working for. That's wild. This guy didn't know how right he was. It's wild to watch his brain. First of all, this is the greatest email of all time. I want to meet this person, if they're alive. Whoever you are, you might be Israeli, that's cool. You can be an American hero. Whoever you are out there in the world, I hope you hear these words and just know how much, I'm not indebted to you personally, writer of this letter, but you saved America. I don't know how we're going to do it, but you literally saved America with how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 35 lines. Some of them aren't even full sentences. This is the whole puzzle. DYWWTTLNKNSH DYWTTLKNSNHTWLMSCHHC. Are there odd capitalizations here? Is there more to this letter that we're not seeing? Name shouldn't be capitalized. This is the telling line that they're IDF or Mossad. Nobody would know that. And it's true, but only someone in IDF or Mossad would know that. That's not public. Israel found a pattern that a kibbutz was a great place to lure young girls with the promise of a broad. What the fuck's a kibbutz? It's like a massage parlor. Huh. A kibbutz is a communal place in Israel. Oh, I get what he's saying. Or she, whoever wrote this, is saying that Israel was able to alert America, probably in the 90s, because Epstein and Maxwell used a kibbutz at one point. Let's find it. Hold on. I want to find it. Where did Maxwell and Epstein have a kibbutz? Hold on. Where did they spend time in Israel? No, I need to know if they ever visited a kibbutz. Hold on. Ghislaine Maxwell. This might actually be a big lead. I don't think anyone's explored whether Israel caught them running a brothel. Trips to kibbutz in Israel. Trying to see if there's any record of them going to a kibbutz. Yeah, it's like a little village. Hello, pickled peppers. It's like a specific kind of like social project in Israel. Epstein in 1989 went with Congressman Wayne Owens to the Middle East. I can't find any record of them being on a kibbutz. Hold on, what if I just go to the DOJ files? How do you spell kibbutz? K-I-B-B-U-T. All right. Is kibbutz like a slang? Like, does it also mean, like, to chat? It looks like it also means to chat. So here's the one we're reading now. Kibbutz was a great place to, etc. Got it. They talk about visiting kibbutzes, so that's moving in the right direction. Give me Epstein going to... What's this? Give me anything that will connect this. No. is this? No, summary. What's this? No. Give me something where Epstein sends someone to a kibbutz. So it looks like this might have been a while ago, like in the 90s. But anyway, you can see where I'm going. If I can get a kibbutz that Jeffrey Epstein, like this will be a big part of it for me. I think, first of all, I don't want to talk to anyone in Israeli intelligence, but I have a sense that the Mossad caught these two and expelled them in the 90s and didn't like working with them. I just get the vibe. Let's go back to the lecture.
Later, I'll talk about that. I'll tell you a little bit about Khashoggi and why he was killed. It's not because he was a dissident. It's because of his contact with us.
No. He definitely had contact with us, but I'm pretty sure Khashoggi was killed because MBS hated MBZ. So yeah, maybe you can say that MBZ was the West man in Saudi Arabia, but it was more personal dislike.
If I don't get to it, remind me. The two terrorists are in the United States, monitored until they're lost by the FBI and the CIA. And of course, 9/11 happens. Bob Mueller became director just, I think, a week or two before 9/11. What happened on 9/11? It was the perfect storm to create the worst and most pervasive cover-up in our nation's history. When President Bush was told about the attack, he was in Sarasota, Florida, reading Horton Does the Who, written by one of our famous alumni, to a kindergarten class when he was told about the attack. The first words out of his mouth was it Saddam? Remember how set he was upon killing Saddam Hussein, who had vowed to kill his father, the previous President Bush. Bandar was maybe his closest friend, been to the ranch in Crawford, Texas, more than anybody else.
Bandar was the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the U.S. at the time.
On 9/11, we were still dependent upon Saudi oil. It's long before fracking. President Bush was set upon using the 9/11 attack as an excuse to go to war with Iraq and kill Saddam Hussein. And who was our most important ally in that war? Saudi Arabia.
Wild, because what this means is that Cheney knew this and was like playing Bush, which is clear. Like Bush was just trying to... Bush really probably did want revenge for his father not winning Gulf War I. The point is, like, Saddam Hussein was just someone like they dangled in front of Bush so he'd go along with it. I think Bush was probably more of like a Reagan, in the sense that I bet he knew what they were doing and they told him to play dumb. Like, they definitely went to him and were like, okay, Halliburton's going to go into Iraq and Afghanistan and we let the Wahhabis do 9/11. I'm sure they told him and then told him to play dumb.
So immediately, he and those close to him in the White House did not want to hear anything about the Saudi government role in 9/11. On the FBI front, Bob Mueller said, oh my God, look at the mess I've inherited and this colossal failure. This cannot see the light of day. You would expect that the top counterterrorism agents in the FBI would be put in charge of the investigation. One of them is now working with us, and he and I are talking together every day. Bassem Youssef was the first Arabic-speaking FBI agent, the first agent to infiltrate al-Qaeda and turn a high-level al-Qaeda operative. He was the FBI legate in Saudi Arabia and had been with the king and knows the Saudis intimately. Was he put in charge of any of the 9/11 flights in their investigations? He was kept away from 9/11. Flight 77, the flight that crashed into the Pentagon, Hazmi and Midhar were two of the terrorists on that flight. Who was put in charge of investigating Flight 77, where Hazmi and Midhar played the most important role in planning the attack with the assistance of Saudi government officials? Who did Bob Mueller pick to run probably the most important of the 4 flights investigation? Jackie McGuire was a probationary officer 6 months out of Quantico. If you want to institute a cover-up, you need a young, dumb kid who is going to follow orders. Who was his new head of counterterrorism? Michael McGarity, who came from organized crime, and organized crime is a completely different model than terrorism. Michael McGarity is the principal architect today of lying to the families and keeping the documents that we know exist away from us. In LA, Steve Moore was put in charge of a 400-person FBI team looking at the activities of Hazmi and Midhar and looking at Thumairi, Bayoumi, and the other 9 identified Saudi government officials. Being in LA at 3 a.m. every morning, he would personally call Director Mueller. He did it every 48 hours to update him on the investigation. Mueller is reporting to the president for his daily, President Bush, for his daily intelligence briefing. Steve Moore is reporting to Director Mueller on the progress they're making in investigating Saudi government officials. Enormous progress was made by the agents in the field in the first 2 or 3 months, until Bob Mueller deputized Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire to shut them down. Subpoenas that have served would not be followed up. Interviews were canceled. It's over. So when Dan said, why did the 9/11 Commission exonerate Saudi Arabia? Because they were lied to by Robert Mueller under oath in Congress and others who did not want the commission to know what role the Saudi government played, because then Saudi Arabia is our ally in the war against Iraq. And he did not want the world to know about this colossal intelligence and law enforcement failure.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he didn't want the world to know. He didn't want the world to know that Saudi agreed to be our ally in the war because they were the ones who did it, and we were blaming Saddam. Michael McGarity, by the way, I looked him up. This dude, before, he was in the FBI, but if you look at his Catholic University of America bio, he also was in the CIA. So, yeah.
The investigation was dead. The agents who are working the case are disgusted, horrified, and after a couple years, when the 9/11 Commission came out, and they know what a lie it is, on their own, they resurrect the investigation. In 2007, they go back to the witnesses and start building the criminal case.
Hold on. When was the Epstein email about the Shadow Commission? 2003. Interesting.
That every one of them.
Yeah, this guy, I'm going to guess this guy is Intel. He's doing what's called a modified limited hangout. He's releasing some truthful information and then intentionally not steering you towards the actual cause, which was a brokered deal. He doesn't want anyone to see that, the government, the American government, through Halliburton was the one who actually okayed this. He's trying to expose what the Saudis did without blaming Halliburton. He's doing what's called a modified limited hangout. He's intel. There's no doubt in my mind he's CIA. But he's like a rogue faction that was like, he's just so powerful. Like his dad endowed a fucking room at Dartmouth. He's just so powerful he gets to do this, but he has to do it within the rules. And the rules are he wasn't allowed to blame Halliburton. Yeah, it's more than a narrative. Let me give you an example. Let me show you what a modified limited hangout is, okay? Hello, Key West Boomerang. Very good to see you. So a lot of you, like, you may think, like, everyone just, like, talks what they believe, and that's not how the world works. This is a modified limited hangout. So the term limited hangout, like, came from Victor Marchetti, who was like an assistant to the deputy director of CIA. And it's like it's like when you get exposed as having done something wrong and like you don't want to do a phony story, you admit sometimes even like volunteer information that's like just some of the truth, and then to quote Wikipedia, you still manage to withhold the key and damaging facts in the case. The public, the goal of it, is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further. When used by the CIA and other intelligence organizations, like it's more effective and professional, but it's also like in the corporate world. Now, a modified limited hangout is even more complex. A modified limited hangout comes from Watergate, and it's like when Nixon and Dean and Ehrlichman and Haldeman and the head of CREEP, who was the Attorney General, John Mitchell, are talking about like how should they reveal information about like John Dean writing a report exonerating Nixon for Watergate. And so the president, Nixon, says, you think we want to go this route and let it hang out, so to speak? You can tell they're all intel guys. And Dean's like, well, it isn't really that. And Haldeman's like, it's a limited hangout. And Dean's like, it's a limited hangout. And Ehrlichman's like, it's a modified limited hangout. And the president says, well, it's only the questions of the thing hanging out publicly or privately. So the goal was to have Dean write a report for Nixon, laying out a misleading view of the role of the White House staff in events surrounding the Watergate burglary, and in Ehrlichman's words, let the report say nobody was involved. Then you share the document with the Watergate Committee. That would serve the administration's goals, protecting the president, supporting the false statements, etc. So it's like building a narrative that is a kernel of truth surrounded by obfuscation, normally for like clandestine intelligence purposes, which is exactly what this dude is doing. He's protecting Halliburton because he knows like he can only get justice for the families, at least back in 2020, if like he does it he's got to like walk this like very fine line between like blaming Saudi Arabia and then telling the full story, which is Saudi Arabia worked with Halliburton through Epstein and Adnan Khashoggi's family to facilitate 9/11 so that Halliburton and Project for a New American Century would blame Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, he can't say that, but he wants the families to know, but he can't say it all. I think he's authentic. He also probably, even if he knew the Epstein stuff back then, you couldn't say it in 2020, bro. Like, you couldn't. Maxwell wasn't even arrested. This guy could probably say it now. I bet he might echo some of my sentiments. He might strongly suspect that I'm right now. But back then, saying it would have been a death sentence even for him.
What join the FBI to do? To investigate and prosecute crime. Not to be part of lying to America and lying to the families of 3,000 murdered Americans. Their investigation proceeded from 2007 until it was shut down in February, March, and April of 2016. At that point, we had President Obama in the White House and James Comey as director of the FBI. Now, you know, I was a fan until I learned this of President Obama. Joe Biden's a friend. I was his New York chair when he ran for president. My dad and I helped.
Oh, this dude's deeply conflicted. He's Joe Biden's friend. I told you it was a modified limited hangout.
Him in 1988 on his campaign. What President Obama did is the most treacherous and outrageous act I know of in our nation's history. President Obama and John Kerry wanted the Iran nuclear deal and the eventual normalization of relations with Iran as their signature foreign policy achievement. And it's a goal we all share. It'd be great if you could get Iran to abandon nuclear weapons and change. What was treasonous is the quid pro quo he entered into with King Salman. The Saudis and the Israelis, Netanyahu, were the strongest opponents to the Iran nuclear deal. Everyone in the room knows there was no shaking Netanyahu in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. But Obama thought he could shake the Saudis and get them to drop their opposition. With their opposition and the Israelis, there was no chance of it passing the Senate. So he cut a deal with King Salman, and his deal was, I will kill the 9/11 litigation if you stand down in opposing the Iran nuclear deal. That deal was struck.
Oh, I understand. So, Obama, by the way, John Brennan was Obama's CIA guy. Obama had CIA guys connected to Epstein, like all around him, and girls. Obama stood down. First of all, the treason was Halliburton working with the Wahhabis and Epstein. Second of all, the treason was Epstein doing that to children and all the Democratic politicians, including, I'm sure, your friend Joe Biden being involved somehow, or their family. Third of all, like, yeah, I get it now. Obama went to, at the time, MBZ and was like, hey, we won't look into that shit you did 15 years ago with Halliburton and Epstein if you let the... Are you telling me the Iran nuclear deal... First of all, I don't believe President Obama was ever going to expose this, but are you telling me the Iran nuclear deal was, like, literally part of the 9/11 cover-up? Because that makes a lot of sense. Like, of course, because remember, MBS doesn't take power till, like, 2019. MBZ was central to this, if you've been watching this whole stream. So, of course, Saudi Arabia was like, sure, Obama, we'll give you Iran, the Iran nuclear deal, as long as you don't look into 9/11. This must mean President Trump's going to look into 9/11. Because he blew up that Iran nuclear deal. And he's smart. He's very smart. I think I should work for President Trump eventually. Or whoever's president. I could work for him now. I got stuff I got to do domestically. He's going to look into 9/11. Are you? Only President Trump could have ordered Pam Bondi to release all those files the way that they did. Are you telling me that President Trump is single-handedly, like, destroying the deep state? And Saudi Arabia? So, like, all that stuff about, like, he was playing real hardball. I get it now. He wasn't attacking the Iran nuclear deal because he hated Obama. He was attacking the Iran nuclear deal because Obama used it to cover up Jeffrey Epstein and 9/11. And President Trump threw himself on his own sword. Like, President Trump, what happened was, like, he bought a property out from under Epstein and, like, screwed him hard on it. And they hated each other. So Epstein then tried to like go at Trump. I'm sure he caught President Trump like, whatever. I'm not saying there's no evidence President Trump has done anything like Epstein was doing. There's evidence that President Trump was around models with Epstein. Okay, that's enough for Epstein to be like, I'll tell them about Stormy Daniels or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Now it makes a lot more sense exactly how this all played out. The Iran nuclear deal, I didn't understand this until right now because I didn't understand the Khashoggi, Epstein, MBZ connection. That was done when MBZ was the crown prince. He was our guy. He was like the CIA's guy in the Middle East, which means he knew all of this dirt. And that means Saudi intelligence through King Salman went to Obama and said, as long as you don't look into this, we'll give you the Iran deal. And then President Trump blew it up. And then he must have personally authorized the release of the Epstein files. He probably pulled a little bit of a Nixon. It was just like expletive deleted. If you were around back then, you'll understand what I mean. Listen, Paul Bazart literally had a heart attack because President Nixon made him by hand review like 30,000 pages of transcripts and delete. And Bazart was like a Methodist or something, like a really religious guy. And he was like, I will not have any curse words in the transcript. And it got Nixon in a lot of trouble because all the expletive deleted made it like he replaced like the word damn with expletive deleted. It made Nixon look like a potty mouth. But he also had a heart attack for his boss. So, I mean, got to respect Fred Bazart. The point is, I think what President Trump did was excise a lot of stuff and then just said release everything unredacted. He's cutting the head off the snake. That's why he moved with Gabbard on the Georgia election facilities and Puerto Rico. If he's really going to do this, like, the ICE stuff might have been a distraction. That might have been, like, a look over here. It might have been to, like, break down the liberals' like, protest machine because they poured a lot of money into stop ICE. This is all making a lot more sense now. Wonder what he's going to do. Like, if he's got them on this, you could put people, like, in prison for treason. The child abuse stuff is bad, and it's horrifying, but it's not treason. It should be treason. It's a high crime, but it's not, as far as I'm aware, it's not aid. Well, I guess you could argue if the funds went to, if you could prove that the funds from those brothels made their way to Epstein and Khashoggi and MBZ and all those people. Like, if what that tip was saying is true, if you could actually prove this tip, this specific tip, if you can prove this in a court of law, that might actually be treason. Even the people who were just, like, patroning these establishments, because it's basically financing terrorism against the United States, which is aiding a declared enemy of the United States. So that's why this email is such a big deal. If this is true, and forget like the individual players in the middle, they're all important to connecting this. But if the actual conclusion is true, then yeah, like a lot of people actually committed treason. Which is, I mean, exactly what I expect from this scenario, but very bad. Almost so bad that we don't have the resources to deal with it. I'm not even exaggerating. You're talking about like multiple presidential administrations, multiple intelligence officers, like committing treason. This is a serious problem. I normally have an idea of what to do in most situations. I didn't really know what to do about the number of people implicated in the Epstein files. Bro, you look at some of those files, it's everyone, everywhere. Every doctor, every lawyer you can imagine, every judge, just everyone you can imagine. I had an idea of what to do, though. You know, like, let's come together. We need to, like, figure out who was involved, who needs to be charged, who was passive, etc. We need to watch these people. They can't be in charge anymore. They can't run politics. They can't be in campaigns. They can't be in office. I kind of knew what to do. If this is true, and it's like, I wish it was just me saying this, but and I wish this tip was just another like rambling email where like there was some kernels of truth and some weird stuff. No. Every line, that's like if James Joyce was only allowed 2 pages for Ulysses, that is what he would have done. If I told him, if he was alive, and I said, write about this in 2 pages in your style with no references, no footnotes, just write it in your style and you only have 2 pages from Ulysses, that's what he would have written. It's the most densely packed paragraph, if you can call it that, I've ever seen. And if it's right, I mean, this document, it's like a crown jewel, no pun intended, of this like file set. It's looking at what could be like one of the most important documents in American history. If it's right. And it might well be. I've spent 3 days with this document. As much as I want to say I've been finding a lot of breaking news, bro, this is the reason I found a lot of that stuff. This specific email. Which makes me think this person is right. Only by the grace of God did this country avoid something very bad. That's why we were living in like suspended animation for like 20 years. We didn't control our own country. A lot of people were complicit. For what? Money? Women? Children? Ugh. You sold America. So what do we do? How many people, I wonder, have had this same moment? Most of them probably are with security clearances and NDAs and will never talk about it. But how many people in government had this exact same moment as I did? Because I just thought through it all. I thought that everything that I know about government, about like talking to the public, trying to reform the system, making the world better, everything flashed before my eyes, and then I realized there is no playbook, there is no strategy, there is no one person, there's no one entity, there's no one group. It's almost like forget too big to fail, forget too big to jail. the sheer scope of it, the weight of it, it's other than those people just being exposed publicly, there's nothing that could ever have been done. And that's why they released all the files unredacted. So what now? We just pick up the pieces? That's frightening. That's incredibly frightening. Yeah, no, it's not. I don't think Director Brennan of the CIA is connected to Hank Brennan, but I'll check into that. We're going to finish this lecture. We won't do the Q&A.
As we were mentioning before, when Congress passed JASTA overwhelmingly, Obama vetoed it, the only veto of his presidency that was overridden, and as I said, overridden 98-1, just Harry Reid dissented, and 346 to 77.
JASTA is the law that allows victims to sue foreign states for terrorism, and Obama tried to veto it.
The House. What I thought at the time was that's what Obama did to kill the agent's investigation into 9/11. What I didn't know when JASTA was passed.
Oh, there was a lot you didn't know. I don't know you, but I'm going to call you my dear friend. There was a lot they didn't tell you. I'm a little worried. Now I got to figure out what you knew, what you didn't know, and why you didn't talk about it.
Then was what happened in the Bureau. That's when James Comey had Michael McGarity and Jackie McGuire shut down the resurrected FBI investigation.
Yeah, and now Michael McGarity's at Citibank, and he's former CIA, like, openly. Oh, interesting.
So, being at Dartmouth, the room is filled with smart people, and you're thinking, like, how does this guy know any of that? The answer is, after all these years, the agents who have worked the case, many of them have retired, and they've come to us and said, here's what we know. We want to finish what we started when we joined the Bureau. The only way for the truth to come out is for us to join with you. So when we demand documents from the FBI and the Department of Justice, we know exactly what we're looking for. So we have been in a fight, not just with Saudi Arabia, JASTA. Saudi Arabia hired 19 lobby firms, and my estimate is they were paid something between $50 and $100 million a year to lobby against us and kill JASTA.
Oh, wow. Saudi Arabia threw out every boogeyman in the world. Israel, Russia, the aliens, comets, extinction level events. They just didn't want us to know it was Saudi Arabia. They just didn't want us all to be like, Saudi Arabia. And then, before we could even figure it out, MBS got in there and was like, hey, my whole platform is taking out all the people who did that to you. Smart, MBS. Smart.
They enlisted veterans and put them up at the Trump Hotel and steak dinners and said, help us get rid of this stupid law without telling the veterans.
Yeah, look who owns the balloon payment on 666 Fifth Avenue, which is Kushner's building. Kushner's dad is in deep. I bet Kushner's dad's in the email files. Kushner's dad was involved with Saudi for a long time. Long time.
That they were going to be screwing the 9/11 families. That JASTA was the law the families needed to lift the legal immunity that Saudi Arabia claimed. So we overrode the veto. We beat the Saudi lobbyists. JASTA became law, and we started our lawsuit against.
Now, do you understand why it's so hard to write a law? You may think you're writing a law like that American citizens are all about, that like the polity would love. You write the bill, and then all of a sudden you don't. It's like this amorphous force. When you're fighting it, you may not know it. If you're good, you'll know who's going to fight you before you do the work, before you write the bill. Dude, if I'm writing a bill, like, first of all, I don't like surprises. All right? Don't touch my bill. All right? Like, don't try to edit it. Don't try to change the funding mechanism. Don't touch my bill. Everything is written the way that it's written for a reason. Don't touch my bill. All right? But what he's saying about the legislative process, let me rewind it.
Going to be screwing the 9/11.
Oh, that's why writing a bill is so hard. If you don't know you're going to have an adversary coming, and you write a section of the bill that screws them, and then they come out of nowhere, they can really fuck your bill up. It's really easy to kill a bill. Like, I can kill a bill with a phone call. It's really hard because you only need like a little bit of opposition from leadership anywhere to kill a bill. Like, as long as you have someone in leadership, it doesn't even have to be the majority party. Just someone in leadership who doesn't like something is enough to kill an amendment, kill a bill, kill a rider, kill whatever you want to kill. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking literally. In legislative parlance, killing a bill means like ending the bill's chances or the amendment's chances. That is the easiest thing in the world. Like, it is so easy to do that. You just need one. The hardest thing in the world is to get a bill passed, because you have to shepherd it. Like, I don't think people understand what it actually means. You have to draft it. You have to get it sponsored. You have to get it through committee. It depends what you're doing. You have to get it through committee. You have to get the committee to sponsor it in Massachusetts, as an example. The committee that sponsors it has to send it to another committee. It has to pass the finance committee. The committee has to discharge it. The discharge petition has to like pass. The discharge petition has to like become a bill. The bill is oftentimes like originating in one house, like the Senate. So the Senate drafts their version. Then the House is going to be like, wait a minute, we don't like one or two paragraphs in the Senate bill. We're going to draft our version. We're going to put our version up and vote on it. Oh, now you have two supermajorities in each house, but they disagree on the language. So you got to do a compromise committee. Now you need people from the House and the Senate, and you need the Senate president and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and they got to talk and send their people, and their people got to talk in a room, and then they got to decide on a bill that both of them can pass. So that's just getting it through the legislature. Once it's through the legislature, which is itself annoying, because you have to then take the reformed bill, bring it back to the floor, where people can submit amendments, which can fuck up the compromise committee. So you have to just hope that leadership has whipped the votes so that everybody agrees on what they're going to put in the bill. Then it goes over to the executive, the governor in Massachusetts or the president. Now, they can do all sorts of shit. If you have a veto-proof majority, 2/3 or more of both houses, they're not going to fuck with the bill. They can still veto it just to fuck with you. Okay, that's what Obama did with this law. He was like, I know you have the votes. I'm vetoing it anyway. You used to be able to pocket veto it, where like you could get a bill and then Congress would go out of session and then you could just let it die without signing it. Congress got rid of that by adjourning Sindine. Like, they do a pro forma session every day just so that they're not adjourned, so that the president can't pocket veto bills. It's pretty cool. Anyway, but the point of this is, to get a piece of legislation past the legislature is hard enough. Then it's got to go to the executive, who can mess with it. Then if they veto it, it's got to go back to the Senate and the House, that both have to pass it by a two-thirds supermajority. This dude did that, and somehow beat the Saudi Arabian government, paying $100 million a year to 19 consulting firms. They probably had the CIA helping them. They probably had MBZ helping them, obviously. They had the CIA. They had every single person and entity you could imagine, and this guy beat them. That man outplayed the government of Saudi Arabia because he's a patriot. Now, I don't think he understood what he was really up against. It wasn't just the government of Saudi Arabia. I'm sure he kind of knew it was our own intelligence community, but I bet he didn't know why. I know why. Jeffrey Epstein and Adnan Khashoggi, to be specific.
Families. That JASTA was the law the families needed to lift the legal immunity that Saudi Arabia claimed. So we overrode the veto. We beat the Saudi lobbyists. JASTA became law, and we started our lawsuit against Saudi Arabia in 2016, 15 years after we've been engaged in this war. The Saudis were shocked. You know, they've got the king on their side, King Obama. They're spending $50 million. How can a bunch of cripples and widows and orphans hobbling around Congress beat them? So when I said at the beginning, you will be revolted by what our government did, but thrilled with what Americans can accomplish, that is what I'm talking about. Few dozen families saying, we're going to knock on every door and buttonhole senators and congressmen, beat Obama and beat the Saudi lobby. And, you know, now I'm waxing patriotic. There's no other country in the world where that could happen. In our battle with Saudi Arabia, not surprisingly, they're lying about the documents and keeping it from us, and they've got a lot of high-priced lawyers, and that's a tough fight. The fight we should not be having is the fight we have on a second front against the FBI and the Department of Justice. Now, we had served FOIA requests, Freedom of Information requests, to get documents we know are in the FBI files on the investigation into Saudi government officials. Here's some of the answers we got to our FOIA requests early on. The documents you seek contain information about Osama bin Laden. We will not give them to you because of his privacy interest in that information. Another one was, we're not giving you any documents unless you produce death certificates for the 19 terrorists. This is our government. This is coming from the Department of Justice. So we have asked for these files. We've been fighting this fight in court for a year and a half. The FBI has given us some documents, 5 tranches or batches. What they give us has redacted information. So I told you the name of the high Saudi official in Washington, D.C. who tasked Thumairy. That was redacted. And what we have, we're given under a protective order that precludes us from telling the families and speaking about it publicly. And I'm disgusted with these protective orders, and we're doing whatever we can to overturn them, but the judge is not terribly sympathetic. So we know, for example, that in early 2016, when the investigation was shut down, remember March, April, the agents wrote a big summary on their findings. It's there. It has this vast body of information about who, what, where, and how the Saudi government officials acted as the essential accomplices to al-Qaeda. We've asked for it. We haven't gotten it. The Senate unanimously passed a resolution, Resolution 610, calling upon the declassification and the release of this information. The FBI has ignored what, how many times do you get the Senate to do anything unanimously now?
So the difference between a law and a sense of the Senate resolution is a law is passed by both houses and signed by the president. A sense of the Senate resolution is where, like, You want to tell someone that if they push, you can get unanimous support. So, like, you pass a resolution saying the Senate feels a certain way about something. He's talking about a sense of the Senate resolution.
The FBI has ignored it. The Justice Department has ignored it. I and some of the families were with President Trump on 9/11. The next day, Attorney General Barr invoked state secrets and national security as an excuse to keep the FBI documents hidden.
But remember, Bill Barr is gone. President Trump didn't exactly love Bill Barr by the end. Pam Bondi is no Bill Barr. Don't you forget that. Think about all this. This guy knows President Trump, too.
We're fighting that. We have some champions. Tomorrow, Tulsi Gabbard at 1 o'clock will hold a press conference saying release, the information to the family.
Hello? 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 Everybody get it now? Oh my God. She is the DNI right now. Oh, this dude's right in the middle of this. Wow. Do you understand? Tulsi Gabbard is the director. She was a congresswoman back then. She is the director of national intelligence right now. Wow. So what? MBS gets plausible deniability, and he gets to be like, yeah, it was MBZ. That's why I imprisoned him in the 4 seasons. That's why I killed Khashoggi. Yeah, America. It was all them. Don't worry, I didn't do it. It was MBZ. Nah. We still have to try people for treason. Sorry. You got to give us all the people who did it. I bet they already got him. Are you telling me? I think he might actually want to arrest Obama. Which, I mean, at this point, I don't think he can because of his own case about presidential immunity. But, like, I think he's going to arrest people close to him. If this is actually happening, which is wild. Wow. Watching this lecture is like Great Expectations. You get so much more every time you rewatch it with more that comes out in history. Dickens, eat your heart out.
Families. So luckily, we've got a lot of people, fighting this fight, but we should not have to be fighting our own government. We're making progress in court. But for us to win in court could take another 5 or 10 years. So we're trying to enlist support in Washington for us to get the documents, because if we get the FBI files, the Saudis know the game is up. And probably all of you have been reading about Saudi Arabia's desire to take Aramco public, do the IPO, for 5% of the company, a company that will be worth between, depending upon the estimates, 1.3 to $2 trillion.
It's still not on the American exchanges, by the way. I looked this up when I watched this last year.
And New York is the preferred venue over Hong Kong or London. So we're operating in Washington to try and get support there, because there's no way that us and the families are going to stand for taking Aramco public 100 yards away from ground zero.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about Halliburton? That's like it's a really tough political question. The Saudi Arabian part, no one's going to be mad that you want to get Saudi Arabia. What are you going to do about the CIA and Epstein and Halliburton? How are you going to tell these families that it was a deal? Like, what are they going to do? I mean, in some sense, I feel like this guy was involved in all this, releasing the Epstein files. I feel like he wanted it. But, like, it must be that their narrative, the only thing I can understand about this is the narrative is going to be that it wasn't this Saudi Arabia. It was the old Saudi Arabia. And they are going to pay out the ass. They're going to pay off amount of money that I don't even think some of you can understand. But they're going to admit to it. And that's the only reasonable conclusion here. That's pretty mind-blowing. They're going to just admit to it. Wow.
So Saudi Arabia has to resolve the 9/11 case for the Aramco IPO in New York to happen, in my opinion. So our fight is on two fronts in court, with Saudi Arabia and with the FBI, and daily interaction with people in Washington who can help us and persuade, MBS, who was 15 when 9/11 occurred, to engage and resolve 9/11. Khashoggi. You want to hear about Khashoggi? Okay. So MBS's younger brother, KBS, was ambassador at age 28, Saudi ambassador to the United States. You may remember after Khashoggi was murdered, the NSA released some intercepts with communications from Khashoggi's phone to others. And that contained an intercept of communication between Khashoggi's phone and KBS's phone. Within 24 hours of that information being released by the NSA, KBS, what's the proper verb, tweeted the following message: "I've not spoken to Khashoggi. I only texted him, and my last text was October 26, 2017. Something like why put the date in? That's weird. So the best investigator in the world, who knows more about Al-Qaeda terror financing than 100 people combined. I said, John, what happened that day? He said, oh, that's the day that one of our investigators met with Khashoggi in D.C.
No, this is a modified limited hangout too. It wasn't KBS that was the connect to Western intelligence for Khashoggi. It was MBZ. And I know this guy's holding back now because you can't talk about Jamal Khashoggi without talking about Adnan Khashoggi. Okay? Like, without talking about Adnan Khashoggi and his links to Western intelligence and, like, the reason why he was linked to Western intelligence, because he was actually way bigger than them, because he was working with the Sultan of Brunei, etc., etc. If you don't explain that, and how the U.S. arrested him, and how that pissed off the Saudi Arabians and the Wahhabists and Jeffrey Epstein, like, you don't get it. Either you don't get it or you're holding back. And this guy's too smart to not get it, so he's holding back. There's something, like, there's something about this guy. He's willing to give you, like, 40%. And the Saudi stuff is on point. But he actually, no, I'm willing to say he gives you, like, 47% of the picture. Like, basically the Saudi half perfectly. And then he just excises everything about the other half of the deal with Halliburton and Cheney and Epstein and the CIA. Like, he knows there's something wrong, and he's too smart to not understand why. And he is engaged in a cover-up, basically, because he's either afraid of the answer, or he thinks it's too politically precarious to talk about Adnan Khashoggi, Epstein, MBZ. Like, that's my best read of it. Because it wasn't, like, that's not the right answer. I'm glad, I understand you met with him, but he was not killed because he was working with you, bro. Great limited hangout. No, bro. He was killed because MBS overthrew MBZ. This dude, I think he gets it. He gets that MBZ was responsible. The Wahhabists and MBZ was responsible, but he doesn't want to say it. He does not want to say, and therefore MBS coming to power means that he's likely to, first of all, MBS killed Khashoggi because he overthrew MBZ. Second of all, the speaker is not willing to say that MBZ's regime was wheeling and dealing with the U.S. and Halliburton through Epstein to facilitate PNAC, the Project for a New American Century's goals of invading Iraq and Afghanistan. Yes, LS. LS, can you believe it? That it all circled back. It is like Vico's recursive historical circles, as made manifest in the opening line to Finnegan's Wake. Yes, like a commodious vicus of recirculation, we have thus returned down by the River Charles, past Castle Hawthorne and Adam and Eve, like Britain's peninsula shore, through Boston and its environs, and we have arrived at the inevitable conclusion of all of this, which is that Jeffrey Epstein was running his network because it was a decades-old financing wing of Wahhabist extremists that were working with Adnan Khashoggi and MBZ and the House of Saud and the Sultan of Brunei and a number of other Persian leaders in order to finance terrorism against the United States and other Western nations, which culminated in a deal being struck whereupon the Wahhabists, to retaliate for the downing of a civilian flight, attacked New York so that Halliburton could blame Iraq and Afghanistan and then invade them with Saudi's help. And then MBS eventually overthrew that version of Saudi Arabian leadership, did a coup, killed Jamal Khashoggi, which pissed off Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein and Bannon tried to back MBZ, but that didn't work. And then once MBS imprisoned MBZ, the world as we knew it, it took about 7 years, collapsed. All right, so there you go. My prediction, MBS eventually apologizes for 9/11, but blames it on MBZ. And also MBS then says he killed Khashoggi because Khashoggi was a terrorist. And then, let's see, where do we go from there? Oh, and then also, I think a lot of the people involved in the Epstein files are just going to start resigning en masse, like is already happening. And then I think we're going to have an opportunity to rebuild American democracy. I think we got to put some work in, elect the right people. You know, the whole yeoman farmer going out there in your fields, and the democracy is like the seasons, and it will renew, and it will be spring again. That's the movie Being There from 1979. So in short, we have returned like a commodious vicus of recirculation to 9/11 and Saudi Arabia, but it now involves Adnan Khashoggi, a much more educated towel, a lot more facts, 5.1 million Epstein files, a boarding school in Connecticut, a brothel in Stoughton, the state police working as a Gestapo wing of Epstein's unit. I can't believe this is all in the documents. If I had just said this a year ago, I'd be like, this is outrageous. This isn't true. Grant, where did you get this? Where did you come up with this idea? God help the United States of America. And I mean that. I really mean that. We need a lot of help right now. We should all be praying. You want to pray for us in other countries? That's great. We'll pray for you. You got to deal with Prince Andrew, whose nickname is Booby. What kind of nickname is Booby? I mean, seriously, you want to be a prince of the United Kingdom, the great people who fell after Suez, and your nickname is Booby. All right? So I guess we need a lot of help in America, but at least as far as I'm aware, none of our rulers are nicknamed Booby. So we got that going for us, I suppose, looking for, silver linings here at the expense of the British. Also, you know what's hilarious? the British got so neutered after Suez that they weren't allowed to be in control of their own nuclear weapons. Isn't that hilarious, LS? You may all think that you're in control, but you can't fire Trident or Polaris systems without dual key technology. Isn't that true? If you don't believe me, go to Sandhurst, ask the professors. They'll tell you all about it. I'm not kidding. The British cannot fire nuclear weapons without Americans' permission. It's called dual key technology on Trident and Polaris. I know a lot about this. Oh, LS. So what's wonderful about that nickname being a running joke is it was used as code to hide Prince Andrew's name in the Epstein files. And I, not being British, had to like use a hint that it was like some woman named Gibbs's ex-boyfriend. And that led us to figure out that Prince Andrew was booby. So I guess the nickname being known is great, but yeah, it being code in the Epstein files that us Americans figured out in real time made it even better. You don't understand. When we realized he was called Booby and they were using it in the Epstein emails to refer to him, oh, we had a day. I'm telling you, it was a day. I made pronouncements to the people of the United Kingdom. I was having a day. Let's see. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, this is easy work, freeze frame pin. Now, if you ask some of the people, some of the folks who have towel friends who have been hanging around since like last summer or a few years ago, we would do streams that were so long that I had to stop them at 11 hours and 59 minutes so there would be a recording, and then I would start it up again. We would like go for 11 hours and 59 minutes. I would stop, then we would start another stream, and I would keep going. Like, I think, like, that's what concerned the people in the orbit of this case. They were like, bro, if he actually figures out what's going on, he's going to put this together. I just don't think they saw the Epstein files coming. Like, they probably could have kept all that shit up, like Five Stones and whoever the fuck was involved in all of that, could have probably kept this shit up for a long time, if not for the Epstein files. As soon as I saw Police Explorers, Learning for Life, Stoughton, it was over. Like, whatever they were trying to do, it's over. I don't care if it was related to Tulsi Gabbard. I don't care if it was related to Epstein's network. I don't care if they were hired by some strange Persian family. It's over. I don't care if they stole the paintings. You know what? At this point, if Sean on the Gulf somehow had the Isabella Stewart Gardner paintings in his house, I would not be surprised. You don't understand. I would just be like, well, you know what? I've heard stranger over the past few weeks. It is literally like living in the movie The Matrix, except for the fact that it's not a computer simulation. It was more just like this very refined version of kayfabe where the rich people pretended that they were normal when they weren't. That's the best way I can describe it. And for some reason, like a Saudi arms trafficker stole our paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum because he got the idea from Miles Connor, who in 1975 pulled a similar stunt and got a reduced sentence. And then he just, Adnan Khashoggi and the Saudis just never gave our paintings back. I think they just don't respect the people of Massachusetts, which, I mean, listen. I understand it looks like we're mostly just interested in our sports teams. They're pretty cool. But I'm in Massachusetts, and I want those damn paintings. They are not really that important to the Saudi state. No one who was around when they were stolen is alive. Give us the damn paintings. You don't understand. This is going to be worse than when I got upset about Canada invading Detroit in 1812 last year. I have not dropped it since. Literally, I know nice Canadians. I know strange Canadians. I know people who are from Massachusetts that pretend to be Canadian. And I am still mad at the country of Canada because they invaded Detroit and raised their flag one time over the country of Canada. Over the, damn it, Detroit is not in Canada. Over the city of Detroit. Why they picked Detroit in 1812, I don't know. I guess it was close to them. Maybe they just thought it was a good idea. It was the only foreign flag to ever be raised on American soil, so I permanently have a problem with Canada. It's gonna be even worse, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be even worse going forward. I forget which country I was going to say I have a problem with. Hold on one second. Was it the Saudi Arabians that I was going to say I have an eternal problem with? It was probably the Saudi Arabians. I forget where I was going with that. It's been a long day. Did I see the question above about the father-in-law? Let's see. What was your question? Yeah, LS, we talked about it a little bit earlier. The juror's father-in-law. Like, basically, like, my understanding of it is that the old Saudi regime was, like, kind of, like, sympathetic to, like, the Iranian regime. And so they set up, like, a long-term, like, intelligence gathering network in the United States. And they also funded ISIS and Al-Qaeda. But we did, too. But the point is, and, like, what they were doing is they were, like, building our defense technology in anticipation of going to war with us. So, like, the old Wahhabist Saudi regime had, like, people in, like, all of our defense contractors, like Raytheon, all of our universities, like, everywhere. And their money was older than the House of Savoy, older than, like, a lot of, like, the Rothschilds. They were just bigger than everyone else. And it was, like, the Persian dynasty, basically, like, all those families. And so, like, they were funding, like, they were sending people here in, like, the 70s and 80s and maybe earlier. And they were, like, in our universities doing our patents, like audio spectrum analysis, like acoustic detection, like advanced military detection technology. And they would, like, get involved, do the patents, and then leave. And that's a sleeper cell, because it's like an augmented sleeper cell, because you develop the technology, it gets patented, it goes through procurement, it goes through rollout. 30 years later, it goes in the field, but you have the engineer back in Saudi Arabia at the King Fayed School of Petroleum and Minerals who can tell you, oh, yeah, in 81, I was at the University of Nebraska with Paula Prado's father, and using a fake name, well, a fake middle initial on my real name, I submitted this patent which uses audio spectrum detection technology and is shoulder mounted on soldiers, and it uses, like, specific audio signatures in the form of MD5 hashes to detect this list of missiles. Oh, let's build a missile that will evade its audio processing capabilities, and therefore we can target soldiers. That's why it's a weapon of war. That's why it's a national security threat. That's why it's like an augmented sleeper cell. It's like a time bomb within your national security state, like within your defense apparatus. Like, you think it's a useful technology, but it has, like, a backdoor that was built 40 years ago because the guy who built the patent was Saudi intelligence. That's how you do it. It's fucked, but don't come at my country like that. I will figure it out, and I'll learn how to stop you. And that's why when I see this stuff, I'm like, this is bad. It was very long term. They really, really were ready to go to war with us. And, like, MBS's coup and alignment post-Abrams Accord with Israel rendered a lot of it, like, what are you supposed to do after that? Like, you could use it against us that you've built this network, but now you're working with us. The one issue that we really have to resolve with Saudi Arabia is they're going to have to admit that the Wahhabists who funded MBZ spied on us, compromised our intelligence networks, funded Epstein. Like, they should literally just blame it all on MBZ. And Saudi Arabia is going to have to pay a fuck ton of money, but they can do it. They should just pay out the ass, and then things will maybe be okay. Because they were basically responsible. We can blame the Iranians. They're never going to pay. We can blame, like, they haven't paid. The Iranians haven't paid for, like, well, it might be the North Koreans. Someone hasn't paid for, like, a Volvo order from the 70s. My point is, the Saudi Arabians might actually be able to fix all this. It's a very strange culmination of this. But, like, if they just pay out the ass to everyone, and blame it on their old regime and then say they're like willing to play ball. I mean, I think that might work because then everyone can blame someone. Like, you can blame like MBZ for Epstein. You can blame the Khashoggi family, the arms trafficking, all of it on like this outdated, like realignment Middle East that was like basically MBZ and the Wahhabis run amok, and blame Osama bin Laden for good measure. I feel like that's a reasonable diplomatic solution to this. I'm a little surprised I was able to put it together, but like, yeah, I can work with that. I don't think everyone's going to be thrilled. I don't think money alone enough is going to fix all this. But I think like someone taking responsibility and just being like, we did this, like a previous regime in Saudi Arabia did this, or whatever you want to blame, for this reason. It was tied to this. Here's why we did it. We're sorry. Like, it's going to cause some shit. I think people might like burn some Saudi flags, and I don't think any Saudi people should be in America when they admit to all this for like 10 years. But, you know, it's a step in the right direction. I'm trying to be like emotionally detached and try to think of a way forward, because just being angry and just being, and she was like, where's Bob Woodward? Where's Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward? Like, where are these people? Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. Like, where are the Pulitzer winners? Like, where, you know where they are? In the Epstein files, Brett. And I mean that lovingly to Amber. Like, Amber, we got to do it. Like, me, you, Julie Brown, anyone else who's been doing this for so many years, whether they realized they were doing it or not, like, we got to do it. There's a leadership vacuum because everyone was involved that was entrenched in the Fourth Estate. Katie Couric was in the damn Epstein files. Katie Couric! So, yeah, I don't know. We just got to keep doing it. It's 5.1 million files. You find something new every day. It gets worse. But you have to remain emotionally detached, because just being upset at all this is not going to help the people who are hurt. They need systemic solutions, like a lot of money, and like atonement, and like ownership of the sin. Like, though we can get somewhere with that. I don't understand why it's Saudi Arabia that's going to do this. I kind of do, because of the Wahhabists. I don't understand the kiddie trafficking or the child. I just don't get that. And the child abuse. I'm never going to be okay with that. I'm never going to be able to be like, oh, well, you atoned, like someone told you that was how it was. No. There's never going to be a point where anyone is going to be okay with that. I don't care how someone explained it to you. Abusing children's not okay. I don't know how any of them did that. We're not going to get over that. That whole thing, I don't know how we're going to solve that. I really don't. I don't think atonement is going to work. Like, I think a lot of those people just will eventually pass away from natural causes, and we will just be like, that was a very bad time in history, and that's never going to happen again, because there's too many of them. And they enjoyed it. It was like sport. It was like the old world. You're watching it die right now. Hope the new age will be better. I think it will be. We have to put in some effort. That's why Jesus in the Bible kept being like, look at these like godless sinners. It's very obvious now to me what happened. Like, he was looking at people like sacrificing children and like just like bashing them against walls and abusing them and ritualistically like drinking their blood, which was happening. I'm not saying it was anyone's sect. It was the way of the world. The Mayans were doing it too. And he was like, oh my God, these people, they have just lost their way. And then he set out the commandments, probably with God's help, obviously. And then the New Age had like a morality for a little while. And then we fell from God. Oh, I understand. The Adam and Eve story is kind of like the cyclical birth and rebirth of humanity as each new age rises. We like understand purity and then we fall from it, and then we just, I guess, eventually have a reckoning. I wonder if like a lot of those flood stories, I think some of them are apocryphal because I think there were floods, but I think the actual analogy is more like a cleansing of the earth. Like a shift in the ages, which, by the way, is kind of like supposed to be now. Like, I'd say it probably takes like 50 to 100 years, but like astrological ages are pretty charted. Like, they're like every 2,000 something years, and the calendar is like 24,000 years or something. I don't know. It's called the grand year. It has to do with like how long the earth and the sun rotate around something. I'm not an astrologist, but it's called the grand year. Anyway, I think like this has happened before. I'm not sure if like the way you transition between ages is always the same. So maybe there was a flood between the last transition. Maybe it's just more of like a spiritual awakening or like a transition in power. I don't know. But anyway, that's my opinion of it all. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Thank you all for listening. I wish I had more to offer you as a conclusion. My voice is tired, though. I talked a lot, and I'll be back with you to talk soon. Talk more, probably tomorrow. Until then, God bless. Be well. Do some good out there. Donate to homeless veterans, animals. Donate to homeless veterans and animal shelters run by homeless veterans. Donate to the big issue in the UK. Smile at someone on the street. Say hello to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time. Have them designated honorary towels forevermore. This is a public information service. It's designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. Literally. Said that every day, every stream for like 2 years. If you want to support me, Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. You can donate on Venmo at Grant E1. There's also a PayPal for those of you not in the U.S., and that PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I'll drop those links in the chat as well. Thank you to everyone again who has been here today. I truly believe that what we're doing here is important, and I believe that we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. All of that I actually believe. Those aren't just words. If you look at the work that I do, I actually believe it. In that way, may we live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. And may those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards and make this world slightly better day to day. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I love you all dearly. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow. Jason LS. Freeze frame pan out. So many friends who are here all day. Who else? I know Key West. Boomerang. Deanna was here. E-Star. Standing Stone. Pickled Peppers. Petty LaBelle. Jaden, it was great to see you. Mama D, Nunya, thanks for being here. Standing Stones, I appreciated all your contributions. Chris, thank you as well for being here. Mary P, you were such a wonderful contributor. Thank you for being here. In Limonene, Spacey118, appreciated all your contributions. I am enough. 47, you can touch the iPad someday. All right, God bless all of you. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Be well. Hug your loved ones. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you for supporting Little Towel. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless. Be well. Towel friends on the YouTube, I gave you a few extra seconds at the end. I'm really going to bed, though. I'm tired. Until tomorrow, Towel loves you.